Hello.
Hey.
And thank you to everyone who followed in between the shows, which is Amy_Esen followed 2 hours ago, Slumber Goblin followed 2 hours ago, Mr. Taco Ma'am, which I feel like is an intriguing, playful variation on the concept of being a Mr. Taco Man. No, it's Mr. Taco Ma'am. And for Parisia Bloom, who followed 2 days ago. That must have been quite after our most recent stream. Thank you.
Hi.
We're feeling normal tonight. We're feeling real
We're
normal.
normal. Hey, did you know Faceful of Bugs just went live? My phone just told me. Hi, Bubbly.
Oh shit, I see that.
Hi, the Craft Gremlin.
Hi.
Hi! I'm drinking water.
That's good. That's what we like to see. I'm cracking my knuckles in probably ill-advised ways, but...
Hey, you're back!
Hey! Random 00 Factor! Thank you for
Hi.
subscribing at tier 3! You continue to have completos.
Hi, Dexester. How you
Hey,
boy?
thank you for the
Hey,
follow,
Cinderella. Hi,
Seasided.
little guy. Hi, I'm certain. Thank you for the follow. Hi. Hi, everybody.
We're all doing super
We're
normal.
doing so normal.
We're all doing very
normal. We're doing good. We're doing normal. Hi, Mads. I'm certain. Hi, Vegeta.
Hey, Vegeta!
Hey, Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta. Shoutouts to Vegeta, who said, hey, what if Nadia and Guillermo interacted more next season? Shoutouts, Vegeta. Thanks a lot, Vegeta. Very cool.
Shut up. It's not... Nobody chooses to be the fucking recipient of Apollo's fucking cursed wisdom. We're all just out here. You might as well... By the way, heads up, y'all better have come into this knowing we're talking about spoilers, because there's spoilers in the title and spoilers in the go live.
So much, if you get mad at me, I'll cry.
But we're all... I'm looking slowly at that one person who is like, haha, what if Colin Robinson turned into a baby? I'm making the copium over here. This is just... I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Hi, Mia Mango. We have had a good week. We've had a
great week.
We've had a week. It's been 1 week.
First of all, they destroyed my new child in Kingdom Hearts, and Bugs laughed about it.
No! I wouldn't do that. That would be
You laughed at... Okay, to be fair, you laughed at me. You weren't laughing at Roxas.
I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing because of you.
I can't fucking argue with that. And now, technically, this show has given me everything I ever wanted. Except... Oh, you'll enjoy the VODs. I turned into the fucking Joker for a hot second.
My dad, who watched all of Season 1 and Season 2 of What We Do in the Shadows, who loved, you know, he's not much for the original movie, but he loves the series. Today he told me he caught the finale live, and he didn't understand a lot of things happening.
God, yeah. It's no longer really a show that you could hop from, like, one place to another continuity-wise.
Yeah.
Which is incredible considering it stayed like a fairly episodic slice-of-life show basically the whole way through. I'm in awe. Before going live today, we, like, rewatched the episode again, because of course we did, and then afterwards I was like, okay, I'm taking a note of when the fight starts. And then I just watched it while quietly rewinding, like, by 10 seconds here and there, for normal reasons and normal amount of times, and I definitely haven't had a clip of Nandor going, oh my poor dear, in his fucking Team Rocket ass villain voice.
Fucking Guillermo going planchar and jumping down on him. Oh shit! Hey! Thank you for the bits. Not staying because you haven't watched it, but have some funny shapes. Thank you so much.
Hey, fuck yeah, we appreciate the funny shapes. Beastpile says, I think it got episodic like episodes 8 to the finale. Yeah, except this show's kind of always had stuff where if, like, when we started first watching the series, we'd seen the beginning of it before.
Mhm.
So we kind of went from where we left off, which meant that we picked up exactly after the episode where the Baron dies.
Mhm.
And let me tell you, that works fine.
Mm.
After that, I think.
The last one I had seen before I had stopped watching for a year, pardon me playing with the straw, was the ghost one.
Yeah,
because I
which
was
is
out with my dad at the time.
God. Oh, we're gonna be talking about Laszlo a bit too. Don't y'all worry.
Mhm.
I'm gonna lay out my thesis ahead of time, though.
Mhm.
He's still the Laszlo that y'all were adoring last episode. This is precisely and exactly the actions of that man. This ruthless plum fucking pudding of a man.
Uh-huh.
I think that was an appropriate use of fucking
Yeah, I
as
think
a
so,
middle
too.
of the word spacer.
Hi, Detective.
Hey,
Detective.
Bluey
Hi,
UBO3.
Hi, Jackal.
Some of y'all's names I just like saying. It's good. This is
It's
what I love.
very
Like,
good.
this is. We're still early on. Like, technically, we haven't even like started the show proper. But part of what I love about this show so much is that it is truly a show where all of the main characters are. Guillermo's still human, but y'all will understand me when I say, not at all in sync with proper human morality anymore.
Smile.
And every now and then, I think we
Seasighting.
all forget that a little bit. He just wanted to.
You're right. You're right. And when you're right, you're
Seaside
right.
in
Hi,
chat said he just
Adrian.
wanted to achieve dilfhood. You can't fault him for that. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we cracked up to that. That was like a thinker. I had to sit with it for a second. Like, they're just. I have a special love of the concept of beings that don't really click right with how humans are supposed to behave. And sometimes it's easy to forget that with this show. Because it's easy we tend to associate loving, like being a loving person, with being a good person. Not particularly the case. Which in real life usually just means someone sucks. But in fictions, means that they're a vampire, or, you know, worrying.
Smile.
And usually hot.
Smile.
The song always distracts me very slightly.
I
and
know,
I don't know
me
why.
too.
I just kind of get into like, the fucking... What is this one from? I always recognize.
It's the theme
Of course,
for when
it's
you look into the
Tulip.
holes.
Hole.
Honestly,
him even remembering that Guillermo needs to eat is kind of good by his standards. Yeah!
Yeah.
The fact that he says, like, what is the exact phrasing? I wrote it down earlier. Like, safe, fair travel, something like that. It's very
Safe
vague.
fare.
Safe fare. That is a lot.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Ugh. Just bastardly in the best way possible.
He graduated from raw chicken to actual food, so good for him. So true. Yeah.
Oreos
a
technically is an upgrade.
A boat trip about that long, transatlantic boat trip, tends to be about 144 to 172 hours. Good luck, Guillermo.
My private hope is that they're in boxes that have been marked as fragile, so that nothing's going to be stacked, like, on top. How did a song with lyrics get in here?
This is from Night Trap.
Oh, never mind.
So...
You're actually right. We have to observe. You have to allow Night Trap to happen. Hopefully nothing's on top of the box and he can do a, like, Kill Bill, punch his way out of the fucking coffin type maneuver. Because we have seen him pull nailed boards out with his bare hands before. So, if he didn't believe in Guillermo's abilities and trust him, he wouldn't have bothered to do what he did. Yeah. That's kind of the fucker of it all, isn't it? is that if Guillermo hadn't proven beyond a shadow of a doubt his competence, this wouldn't have happened. Ain't that fun?
Well, so like, well, he was talking to me about London anyway, so maybe the little scamp wanted to go. It's fine.
Yeah, like something we've been talking about a lot. We'll probably get into this later too. Is like I'm of the belief that it's totally possible Laszlo didn't notice that Guillermo was gonna go with Nandor,
Yeah.
and like he definitely didn't know about Nandor's whole plan with him because that shit happened in private, and later on he wound up very, very distracted and very clearly thinking some stuff through very fast. So, it's possible Laszlo's just enough of a selfish prick and didn't actually talk to Nandor at any point after he found out what he found out, and he might have thought that Guillermo was being bailed on, or let's say charitably knew he was coming, but might have been like, oh great, so he's going to follow him around like a little servant again. Nandor doesn't need that. Nandor's super powerful.
Smile. I'm gonna knock us over to the drawing canvas.
Yeah! So, since we are getting knocked over, and since a decent amount of y'all have filed in already, I will point out that tonight is a doodle and info dump and technically donate. Y'all have the ability, while we are doing these kinds of nights, to send us in $10 minimum to get a doodle request on the theme of what we are talking about. That is, to certain amounts of, like, definitions, appropriate. And when I say appropriate, I mean if I would flag it on Google Images as someone sneaking porn in, that means, no, haha, what if Guillermo needed to buy all of the Wonder Bread, or I just think it would be funny if Nandor had to pick something up with his feet.
Great.
Or to put it another way, I'm right.
You're right.
We have the right to refuse specific requests, but as I said, you can pick something off of just related to what we do in the shadows that's more or less appropriate to draw on Twitch. Nothing hornier than a pinup is kind of the rough rule of thumb, I think, and even then, like, Guillermo is posing in his hunter's outfit is kind of more the vibe. But mostly, while we're doing this, we're just gonna draw freely and talk, and if we don't get donations, that's fine, because I think if we weren't doing a show tonight, we would just be talking to each other on Discord about this fucking episode for, like, 5 hours anyways.
Agreed.
We had like a warm-up check earlier today to be like, hey, do we want to stream? Do we have the energy up? We're both like, well, we're both like a little tired, but also also all stand for the national anthem. Thank you. I don't know why. There's like 3 specific songs in the playlist hidden in there that if they hit, you're legally obliged to just like groove a bit. Oh, the little face. Oh, the little face.
It's interesting because I've learned how to draw babies. Like,
yes.
The correct ratio of cute, and it's like, okay, great, I have to ignore
unlearn.
How to do this. I have to unlearn this for the task of this horrible little man. Got it. Very cool. Got it.
It's
Are you crazy?
Because we were like,
yeah, well, don't answer that.
What?
What doodles are
What?
priced at? I didn't check.
Random 00 factor, that's $100. That was loud also. Thank you.
Thank you, random 00 factor. You fucking wild.
Okay.
Son of a bitch.
Let me fiddle with the volume there. I'm sorry, chat. Jesus Christ, thank you.
Thank you extremely. That is wildly kind of you.
Oh my god.
And to new fucking people, we have some funny donation alert sounds loaded up. There's actually still some that people haven't found, and I'm gonna say right now, they're small denominations. You hear me? You hear me? I'm not hinting that there's a fucking 690. There will never be a 690. That's used car money.
Thank you, Random 00 Factor.
Thank you so much. Holy shit.
Random
for you.
00 Factor says, I don't know what Doodles are priced at. I didn't check. So rude. So rude.
$10.
So mean.
It's $10.
Is there 420?
Oh.
Yes. Oh, Beast
Can I
File.
get some Nandor and Guillermo
Yo.
Halloween matching outfits?
Ooh.
It can be up to you for what they were.
Can I get some Nandor and Guillermo Halloween matching outfits? It's up to you what they are. Ooh, yes. Frankie.
Oh, you're so fucking right.
While I finish
Okay,
this song,
matching
formulate
outfits. Okay, matching outfits. I know what it should be. I know what it should be. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Oh,
Da-da-da-da,
yes!
da-da-da-da,
Oh my god,
da-da-da-da.
yes!
Get that man in a dress!
You're so smart. Okay, hang on.
I was immediately going like, okay, it's gotta be a couple's outfit, right? And then, immediate fucking brainwave. What's a good outfit for a little Hispanics man? Ugh. By the way, I also always forget to mention, you can also donate $10 to get me to do a voice thing, and if you donate $20, I'll sing the song of my own choice. I'm just gonna say that if you donate $20, you probably also get a doodle you can request to, and I'll just sing something. I don't know. It's just on there for fun, basically.
If anything comes to mind, let us know, okay?
Yeah,
Bless
for real.
You. Bless you.
Listen, I feel like the Addams Family, Gomez and Morticia, like, dual outfit is always the most powerful shipping outfit.
Monster,
Hey, thank you for following.
Le Monster.
Zero Le Monster. Le Monster. I feel like it's always the most powerful, but it's hard to find a ship where, like, the height difference is right, the energy is right, and you know what? I'm just gonna say,
Good night.
I think the energy is right here.
Pop says good night.
Good night, Pops.
Wait, Pops, say good night to chat.
Good night, chat. Be good.
Well, you heard the man. Be good.
God, I'm still so charmed by your Pops, like, approving of the fucking fly and dive that Guillermo does.
Yeah, my Pops watches Lucha sometimes, and when I told him about it, he laughed. He thought it was cool.
Yes, it's such, like, like, I could probably talk about that fight, like, in sequence at this point, almost, but the move that Guillermo does kills me, because he does the full dramatic luchadores, like, puts his hand in the dive position as he starts he goes into the jump, hands are in the dive position, and then he spreads his arm out. Ugh!
So cute.
Like, the showmanship, the showboating. You know what I'm gonna say? Hey, thank you for the follow, Paper Fire Time. I'm just gonna say, like, that move, my man was playing the rudos in that move.
Okay,
and I
so
love him
here's the
for
thing, also. When
Uh-huh.
Guillermo called out the fucking
Yes!
move, he
You
goes,
don't you
"Manchad."
dare!
Yeah. Crab with a knife, thank you for the follow.
Oh god, a crab with a knife is following us, we gotta run!
Wow, I loved your game, going under, so fun.
That's true.
Yeah, Nandor goes, don't you dare, it's like, so you two
I'm with you,
won't
buddy.
shoot
You
together?
wrecking-
Sarah Murphy!
Hey, Sarah Murphy Raiders, what's good? We're drawing vampires tonight, and we're talking a lot about gay fucking the rituals. The rituals have never been more fucking intricate.
We're not talking about gay fucking, that's not allowed on Twitch, but we are talking about
No.
vampires.
No. I'm just Californian. It's punctuation.
Well, thank you so much, Paper Fire Time. That's very sweet of you.
Honestly, I still am impressed by how much you cracked the code on Laszlo's face. It's Bug says it's all about the apple cheeks.
It is. It is about the apple cheeks. You gotta have
Which-
that little bit there.
Cracks me up. The funniest thing about Laszlo to me is that my parents' weird semi-adopted fair folk music festival scene people, some of them do a thing in the Bay Area called the Dickens Fair, a semi-fictional Dickensian Christmas fest. It's basically like a semi-fictional concept of Dickensian London during Christmas indoors in a convention hall space that's like recreated to look right, and there's actors, and there's like you can go in costume because of course San Francisco has a pretty significant population of people who just kind of own Victorian outfits for fun. And you can go and like see shows, and like my doofy uncles who do Morris dancing do like Morris dancing stuff there, and there's like you can go to like the goofy fake pub, and you can get fucking, and I'm gonna say sugar and cinnamon roasted walnuts, very specifically, because I'm on air on twitch.tv, and if I say that too fast, it'll sound bad, and they're delicious. It's the Dickens Fair in just San Francisco. It's really, really fun. I've only gotten to go to it like a couple of times. It's definitely like you'll wind up bleeding like $200 while you're there if you're not careful, especially if, let's say, maybe you had a bit of a Brit-a-boo phase when you were in high school, or you're
Not Frankie,
really
not my
into
friend
Sherlock
Frankie.
Holmes.
No.
Kind of read a lot of Neil Gaiman.
No, you would never do that, my friend Frankie. Friend Frankenstein. No.
I kind of learned how to do a mid-Atlantic accent.
Persephone. Thank you for the follow. That's a great name.
Thank you for the follow. Sounds like the Ren Fair, but for a Christmas Carol. Exactly, and it's literally done. What do you mean, known Lupin fan? That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with my stupid love of Sherlock Holmes, the book, not the BBC show. I feel normal about that still, by the way. Definitely not British Lupin. I mean, you're right!
Chat's bullying you today. This is so sad.
I'm being bullied for British proximity.
See, this is the revenge for what Laszlo did.
God! That's AJ Raffles, my good sir. Oh, okay, good. See, I'm being backed up? See, okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I kind of love Laszlo more than ever, even though I'm so mad at him right now. I kind of love him more than ever, because he didn't have an arc of becoming a better person. He's just a loving person, and you know what he has in his brain? A ranking system. And you know who lives at the very top of that ranking system? Who he would do anything for. Murder anyone. He would set the Isle of Britain aflame for. How small an action is it for his nausea to simply throw one little human into a box?
Yep.
I love that shit. I love that shit. I kind of love that shit is the problem. I'm kind of here for it is the thing.
Same.
He's just doing it all for his wife and friend that is now baby. Yeah, he's got a son to look after now.
Smile.
Laszlo is the most emotional of everyone in that house, despite the thick layer. Okay, every vampire in that house is emotionally repressed from a slightly different angle. Laszlo, I think, might have actually gone to a boarding school, so fucking rip. Which, side note, I'm kind of a Stephen Fry fan. Stephen, fucking, shut up. And I've read his autobiographies, which, by the way, are fun writing. Like, do be warned, he goes over his, like, problems that he's had in his life with, like, bipolar disorder and, like, a suicide attempt or two that he's had in his own life. And also, he's a elderly British man, so no matter how gay he is, I'm gesturing slightly at the audience, like,
Right.
so far as I know, he's not transphobic, and I'll take it. By God, shut up. I'm pointing at the audience. Please. I'll find out eventually if he is. Anyways, the point is, the way he talks about his boarding school experiences is like, oh, well, you know, it was fine enough. Anyway, here's the time I got beaten by older boys. And it's like... So I think about that when I think about Laszlo sometimes. Oh yeah, Stephen Fry is gay as fucking anything, man. He does mention in his autobiography there is one woman he could have married, and, like, he likes ladies, so who knows, but he has declared himself to be gay, so... Which, by the way, if you're like me and you do have a slight weakness for British media, I'm just saying Jeeves and Wooster is, like, always on YouTube somewhere, and it's... I like a British farce, okay? Everyone that's in trouble is a fucking upper-class idiot, and it's fun to watch people whose problems don't fucking matter. It's good. It's kind of good. I will warn you, for the first episode, it's so deep in old-fashioned British slang, you will not understand anything. And then by about episode 3, you're like, oh, Tara, how is Jeeves going to get him out of this sticky wicket?
I see.
Listen. I'll force you to watch an episode with me eventually.
Great. Very cool.
Threat. God. Guillermo watched a bunch of episodes of that just to be able to understand Laszlo when he first came to the house.
Fuck.
He just, to camera, like, yeah, so, like, for the first year, I kind of just smiled and nodded at everything he was saying. It really took me a while to figure out how often he was talking about cocksucking. I should mention, by the way, that because What We Do in the Shadows is a somewhat mature topic show, I'll be cracking jokes like that eventually, now and then over the course of tonight. We ask, as always, that our audience not get too horny, but also, it's this fucking show, so...
Smile.
Okay, so...
Uh-huh.
I think what kills me the most is that this show might be the best at juking us slightly about what the fuck is gonna go on.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, the episode preview this time showed a box being loaded onto a ship, and it's like, oh no, that's gonna be Nandor leaving for Europe alone, and then you watch the episode and you're like, oh, okay, I see, it's just Laszlo, and not just... There's a lot of time left on this episode, huh?
There's a lot of time
There's
left
kind
on
of a
this
couple of
episode.
minutes.
That's weird.
It's kind of a couple of extra minutes left on Laszlo. Ugh, and then.
And then
Oh god, you
everything
gave the
goes
bug a
good.
hand.
What?
Oh, TalkTech in
Oh,
the chat
God.
gave the bug a
Okay.
hand. It's a
thought
big
I
ol'
done
Among Us
something
hand.
horrible to the little PNG. I was worried. Oh,
I'm
scary.
gonna give the jam a hand. Hold on a sec.
I don't think the bug should have thumbs. That's terrifying. I don't know what the bug would do with that.
How are you trying then?
Practice.
Powers. It's like you know when Hello Kitty picks something up and it just kind of like sticks to her hand, or like the Powerpuff
Exactly.
Girls?
Exactly.
I will admit, I always liked the very dumb joke from that one episode of the Powerpuff Girls where the characters all swapped bodies, where I think it was Buttercup got swapped into the professor's body. It was like, how do you pick anything up of these? Oh, sweet Jesus. Sarah Murphy has redeemed
Hooray.
10,000 points for Please Explain Colin Robinson. I think someone's done this before with specifically explaining info incorrectly.
You best start talking.
Okay, so I'm going to give y'all my true, actual, this isn't what's happening theory. My conspiracy theory of shit that doesn't matter. I think Colin was older than 100 years and had been putting off dying too long. Because he shows up in a photo that should have been taken when he was about 2 years old. Now, obviously, this is stuff that doesn't matter and was probably just come up with before they'd actually decided to, go this way with his storyline. However, I'm one of these fans, so allow me to posit to you the idea that Colin Robinson was actually 120 years old. And the Colin Robinson we knew was an energy vampire drastically past the point of being too interesting to continue on the way he was. This is why we got Colin Robinson doing things like openly, semi-openly yearning for love. Otherwise, if you want me to explain him by the actual purposes of this specific info dump... Sorry, I have to review over the other lies I've told about Colin Robinson real quick. Energy vampires are going to turn out to actually be mermaids.
Okay.
They've adapted for land because there's not enough people sailing anymore.
Uh-huh.
And they still need to consume their victims, but rather than, like the classic consuming their flesh kind of thing, also they're all clearly descendants of the Little Mermaid, who did, after all, wish for legs, and while we're told she got turned into sea foam, you can obviously see that's just the beginning of, the birth and rebirth process that energy vampires go through. This also explains why he has an attraction to a siren, because clearly they're, not the same kind of entity, but kind of a similar ocean-associated kind of, like, beast, more or less.
Mhm.
And I think it would especially make sense because, as we all know, if you eat the flesh of a mermaid, you will gain cursed immortality, as we learned through the video game Siren.
Yep, that's true.
Ergo, Colin Robinson is not only a mermaid, but mermaids are also, as well, a fallen alien bug god from another dimension that winds up being worshipped on occasion when something goes very wrong.
You know how it is.
These things happen sometimes. Adrian says I think Colin is a normal human who's just like that.
Yeah, I think that's true, Adrian.
Well, I
You're
mean, we
right.
all celebrate the day that we crawl out of the husk of our prior selves, so it's a little bit
Mhm.
messy. And unfortunately, insurance in America does not pay for it.
It's so sad, you know?
I think it's fucked up. Like, you even gotta, like, deal with the disposal of your own corpse and everything, too. That's kind of fucked up. Alternate theory, Colin Robinson coming of the house isn't entirely a joke, and he is, I'm going to spitball, somehow attached permanently to the location, which is why him being born resulted in a room in the basement we've never seen before opening up, which goes with my actual belief that the floor layout of the house is somewhat non-Euclidean, because I'm pretty sure the basement layout is just whatever the fuck they want it to be. I think that's good. I've had to come up with so much stuff about Colin Robinson specifically.
This is Adrian's reach. This is so sad.
This is true. I still can't. No offense, Adrian, but I'm still very amused that you didn't wind up getting Colin
Yeah,
Robinson
our
on the
friend
quiz, which I
Brad.
forgot.
Our friend Brad.
Poor, don't tease Brad. Someone has to get Colin Robinson. I made sure.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to share the link to the quiz in chat, just in case anyone hasn't taken it, because for fun, while kind of trying to rest, I went ahead and learned how to make a U quiz, because it's really fun to overthink stuff, and I can promise you that every single one of those quizzes is overthought. For instance, every single bat on the first thing is actually found natively within the range of the home country of each person, or at the very least of their ancestry. You could look up the bats to, like, cheat the quiz if you wanted to, but my logic is if you're going to go that far to cheat a personality quiz, you deserve it, and you're right.
Yep.
Because, fuck it, it's for fun, you know?
I think Frankie got Guillermo too. I got Nandor.
I got Laszlo.
You got Laszlo. Oh, that sounds right. Yeah.
I don't think I've retaken it since I got the new questions on there, though. Should I retake it now, like,
Yes,
on air?
Yes, re-diagnose yourself.
Okay. I'll re-diagnose. I'm probably not going to remember. No, I remember my answers for the bat. I know what all the answers are, because I've thought about them too much over the last couple of days. I do love that bat, but no, it's this one because it's making a funny little face.
I see.
Wait, hold on. What am I talking about? I know what that one is.
Our friend group
Go
is
back, go back, go
Nutella and Nandor's and the Laszlo. Yeah, we're like the sad gang. It's really great.
I've been keeping an eye on, like, what results we get back the most, and I'm just diagnosing most of our fan base with sad and or gay.
I think Puzz got Laszlo too.
I think so. Laszlo is
that
kind of the
makes sense
result
to
you
me,
get back if
actually.
you're, like, just kind of devoted and having a good time, I think.
Yes.
Oh, the music. The best thing I've seen, anytime someone has struggled with, like, picking something, I gain hit points. I really do. I just sit there with, like, a pleased little look on my face going, ooh, yes, good, do struggle. I had a hard time putting the questions together, I assure you. Fun fact, the Duke is one of the only answers that has 3 characters attached with it, because anyone who picks the Duke has good taste. So. Oh, wait, I actually do use X3 in conversations sometimes, mostly in private.
You do.
Bar at the Folies Berger, that's actually my favorite. And it does have to be Ghost White Ding Dongs with Scream fillings, because I actually now really want one of those. I've cursed myself, like, with this test. The four humors is just a bunch of lipstick smears, by the way. That's the photos I used for that, because anything else was going to be really gross really fast.
What?
Regrettably. Why did I make a whole song that's just the songs I listen to for shit? But it's gotta be Man to Man and fucking celebration of the recent episode. Laszlo still! Good.
Oh, Sarah Murphy, I'm so glad.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm so glad you did. I really am. Retook it, changed one answer, and got Nandor instead of Laszlo? Yeah, that'll happen. Oh, the dress, I do. I feel like this was especially genius because, you know, it's an incidental line that's been, like, sticking with me this whole fucking season.
Huh.
It's when Guillermo is going through the vents at the council and they're getting fitted for their robes. And, Nandor is like, why are you taking my inseam? It's a robe! And Guillermo just goes, you're gonna wanna, he's like, he's an X and a Y,
He's
and
a
you're gonna wanna
44
take it in at the waist. God. You're gonna want to take it in at the waist and out at the shoulders, like, alright,
Yeah?
you're right,
Yeah,
but
buddy?
also...
What you up to?
Oh, people are getting their answers back in chat, this rules.
Oh, we got a Colin Robinson, the rarest.
Hey, good, that just means you're powerful, and possibly Satan.
You know how it is.
I put sexy Satan in the quiz, I feel so... I had to! True fact, almost all of those art pieces are just art pieces I myself personally love. Don't make you pick between Thundercat and Dorian Electra. I'm gonna make you. Are you feeling more gay or are you feeling more anguished? Choose. The Sigma male Colin Robinson meme I made? Sarah Murphy, you're very powerful. The lyrics question is the hardest one because I literally make playlists. I just have, like, very limited music stuff that I put together for a playlist, so that's how I picked that one. The only valid Q quiz maker because you have Cab Calloway as a choice. I'm actually very proud of the Cab Calloway song in there because, I don't want to spoil the quiz. I'm very proud of it because I think it works very well for the person invoked.
I do too.
Man, this fucking episode.
Oops. Everything's fine, by the way.
I'm so... Okay, I've been obsessing about Man to Man by Dorian fucking Electra, like... like, this whole season. Sorry, I cracked up at the music kicking in. It's the playlist in my head. It's the playlist on my fucking iPhone.
I see.
I don't use Spotify. But, like, I've been thinking about Man to Man for a long, like, basically since my beloved girlfriend first sent me a link to it and was like, this reminds me of you, which, thank you, honey. But I've been thinking about this whole season, like, oh, the yearning, the masculinized romance through combat, and it being, like, an okay way to interact with a dude, and they're both warriors in this episode. This episode literally fucking went for it, but opposite of the dynamic I thought it was gonna be, where it's Nandor as the instigator insisting that the other party fucking square up and be emotionally honest with themselves.
Yes, oh my god, I really didn't think it would be like that.
I didn't at all! Which I kind of love because I feel justified in how much I've always said. I know that we all tend to, like, root for, like, oh, Guillermo is pining so obviously, like, how could Nandor not notice or, like, not respond? And it's like, yeah, but he also keeps all of his feelings on a short fucking leash and rushes to say, like, oh, because we're friends, because we're best friends, because we're friends. Oh, you're gonna suggest it's a romantic thing? I'm gonna just suddenly bail on the conversation. And I'm like, the vibe that I've always had is that Guillermo could have so much of what he wanted if he just knew how to ask honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And he's never quite able to do it. And I feel like the greatest failure for that, for him, was during the goodbye of the cult episode, because he couldn't quite bring himself to lay it all out as clean as he needed to.
Yeah.
And Nandor left because what Guillermo did was frame his relationship in, obviously you're waiting to get rid of me terms, so just give me the fulfillment of what I supposedly want, and then you can be done with me. And it didn't hit. It just didn't hit.
Mm-hmm.
They're both, I'll put all my emotions right here and someday I'll die. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm always of the belief that Nandor deserves to have Guillermo be honest about what he wants and who he is to him. It's not really fair to decide that, like, oh, Nandor should be able to figure this out. Should he? Should he be able to just pick up on all of that? We're all autistic here. Let's be honest a moment.
Mhm.
If someone, like, said to you repeatedly who you have a crush on, I'm so glad we're friends, would you really be able to think to yourself, I should push past that? I should shove on this boundary? But then, but then, the fucking beauty of Nandor setting him up
Oh
to
my
crack.
God, I know. I love that. I love that. It's so romantic.
It's so fucking romantic in the worst, most villainous way possible.
Yes, agreed.
He really forced this man to admit that they're equals, to prove that he is on the same standing as him, stronger than him. He forced Guillermo to physically admit that he's stronger than him in word and deed. Ugh. And it kills me too, because we're both very much on the side of, like, this was all on purpose.
Mhm.
Everything Nandor was doing that episode up until then was pushing him to just say it. Don't just placidly wait. Don't just, sit around and wait for something to work out the way you want it to. Don't just scheme and sneak around and manipulate other people. Demand. Ugh. Also,
Romance.
Nandor being showy on purpose kills me personally.
Yes.
But Bugs can testify, I was, like, rewatching the scene and giving, like, the play-by-play of the man's fucking micro
It was
expressions.
very, yeah, he was.
I like tracking physical acting, and I try to remind myself that it's not as common an interest/skill. Oh, fuck yeah, Colin Robinson. Get down with your bad self. Oh, you got Naja? Hell yes. I can't lie, I was a little bit worried that Naja wasn't being selected for enough, but I've been getting enough results in now that I feel more secure about it. But yeah, just, I love watching physical acting, and Nandor's actor, like, all the actors on the show are great. They're fucking phenomenal actors, and they're allowed to have so much fucking fun with it. But Nandor's actor, oh my god. Yeah?
Oh, just real quick, thank you, Beastbile. This was really fun to
Yeah,
draw.
thank you so much. I think this is very cute. I love the fucking, just take the candy. Just take the candy.
Just take the candy and go. It's fine, it's fine.
Don't worry, it's prop blood, prop blood. I do think they would enjoy getting trick-or-treaters, honestly.
I think so too.
Honestly, something that I enjoy is that all of the vampires on the show actually never target anyone under legal age. Like, the youngest they ever get is college students. And I mean that both as victims and as targets of sexual, like, interest.
Thank you, Beastbile. That's very sweet of you.
Every time I look
glad
at
you
baby
did it.
Colin Robinson.
It's
I-
just a
I think-
regular human baby.
I think it cracks me up because regular babies already look like hilarious little, like, men sometimes when they're upset. So it really walks that line. There was that one baby Laszlo turned into a vamp because he was bored. Yes, let me correct, over the course of this show. And what I was really talking about is that they don't kill kids and Laszlo never creeps on teenagers, which is very important to me. Because that would kind of be the... On a show where he's locked Guillermo into a fucking box to cross the fucking ocean, breaking the heart of his best friend, murdered countless people, ran out on a duel and his own wife for like a solid month, the fact that he never creeps on teenagers is what keeps him from crossing a line to me.
Yeah.
Such it goes. Colin Robinson baby for all the babies in the world named Grant.
Fuck.
He does kind of have that look, doesn't he's a Maurice of a baby. He's like when a baby gets called like Stevenson and you're like, what? Not like Steve? No? Okay. I do want Nando's probably Laszlo's probably gonna keep calling him Colin Robinson full name, I imagine.
Absolutely.
But it would be funny if he went through a phase of like, Bartholomew? No, you're not a Bartholomew. How about Satan?
That song was from Psychonauts. I believe it was the Overworld theme. Let me double check.
Overworld theme for the
quarry in
area around the
Psychonauts
Mother
2.
Lobe, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm hungrily awaiting the full album release of every single song in the goddamn game.
Oh yeah, they got volume 1 out, but the other volumes are coming out slowly because they gotta master them a little bit at a time.
Which, fair enough, really. God. We still gotta sit down and do, like, the full season rewatch, like, paying quiet attention to Laszlo.
Oh, absolutely. Calling
Just...
baby their last name is the funniest thing ever. Yes. This song is from Mad
Yes.
Rat Dead.
Yeah, Mad Rat Dead has some fucking banging tracks, and also, if you're here and somehow haven't heard of it already, please check out Ryan Chongo Show's remix of this album and other albums. It's like listening to a banger track that hits you in the face with a haddock, like, every 5 minutes, 5 seconds.
Our friends Jake and Puzz over at twitch.tv.puzzlegamingnerd stream the whole game with voice acting. It fucking
Yeah!
rules. Hang on,
Which
I bet I still have this command in here.
Ooh,
Yeah!
let's see. Nice!
Go check out Puzz's
Leftover Nightbot commands, our friend.
I made these
Panasonic
talk sprites, but
Blu-ray.
this is...
Yeah, these are our normal talk sprites. These are like our house clothes at this point.
Yeah, basically.
I am so cozy in my PJs. Yeah, oh my god. Laszlo's actor is an actor I've really enjoyed in, like, other stuff before this.
That
Like,
really rules.
the first thing I think I ever, like, really saw him on was, IT Squad, which regrettably was made by someone who turned out later to be hugely transphobic, and even during the course of watching it wound up having a super transphobic episode, so I cannot recommend it even slightly. Instead, watch Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, which is all on YouTube, also has him in it, is literally a purposefully made fake 1970s horror British comedy. Well, no, it's the fictional show in the show is a fictional horror medical show that's literally as bad as possible. Just artfully so, beautifully so. Just it's wonderful to see, and Matt Berry in that is extremely fun. But Moomin Papa too? That sounds right.
Yep.
That sounds right. Just got back from a Rocky Horror Show and took the quiz. That's the right state of mind to be. Y'all should know. When I was making that quiz and I did the Rocky Horror Picture Show, I consulted my parent, an original LA area Rocky Horror Picture Show attendee, for that question, for how to get as many characters as possible in there. And it was their idea to double up on the roles, so thank you, parent. Otherwise, I was gonna have a big headache about that.
Mm-hmm.
I would just play Frankenfurter. I know who I am. Look,
Uh-huh.
my name. Come on, look at me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, of course I would.
I want to be Magenta. I think she's cool.
Yeah, she's really cool, to be honest. Have I told you all about the time that the Rocky Horror Picture Show soundtrack got stuck in my sister's CD player for like 8 months straight?
Holy shit.
It was the only CD that it would play for a while, and she liked to have something to listen to when she was going to sleep, and we had precisely one wall between our bedrooms, so I'm sure that had no effect on little child me whatsoever at all.
Oh, you like the little Colin baby? Thank you.
I kind of love the terrible little Colin baby. He just looks so fucking upset about being born.
Listen, babies have a hard life. Things are so loud and horrible around them all the time.
Everything's loud, and there's gravity, and it's cold, and they're hungry, and he's gonna have to be bottle fed,
It's
and
their first time experiencing everything, and it sucks.
yeah.
Especially the zombies.
Can I adjust the zombies? No kidding. I really always have like nothing but like, I find like when a baby cries in public, it's adorable, or I'm just
Yeah.
sympathetic.
Yeah, I'm like, I
Like,
know.
you're right, little man. You're right,
Yeah.
little man.
You know what my favorite baby story is?
Hmm.
I was at an airport, stuck in a security line, and there was a baby who had learned that, like, if you're eating something, you say, because it's good, right? So clearly, if you are holding food, you say, because that's the sound you make with food. So this baby, in line for the airport, this was at the Logan airport, had one apple slice in each hand, furiously glaring ahead in the middle of a tantrum, and just going, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the whole time I'm in line, this baby is just doing that, and I'm like, yeah. Does not eat the apple slices, just holding them furiously. It was a twin baby, and its sister was just hanging out chilling next to it. This one baby was just furious.
Oh god. I just love that because it suggests that there's like a baby like emotional state error going on there. Like, well, I'm angry, but I have
do
appy
have
slices.
food. Exactly.
Just, that's I honestly love babies. They're extremely funny that way. I think one of my favorite things I ever saw, and this is like very simple,
Glad you like this
but I love
episode.
whenever a baby or is like a toddler is like just old enough to like understand the concept of smaller babies, like babies. And like, anytime you see a toddler, it's just like, oh, a baby, and it's like, you're both babies. The genteel sound of a very little toddler just going, oh,
Q-Sit, thank you for the follow.
Mom is a baby. Thank you for the follow, Q-Sit. Which, God, we talk sometimes about like, oh, it'd be cute if like somehow Nandor and Guillermo had a baby, and so I'm terrible. I'm like, okay, but it would now be doubly funny because you'd have awful older cousin Colin.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
I'm just saying, I think you'd get the world's worst 5-year-old who makes an exception for their fucking baby cousin.
True. Baby cousin named Armand.
Yeah, listen. Y'all know we're right. We all know how that discussion would go. Guillermo would fucking girl boss wait to discuss it until everyone's fucking tired of debating the issue. Nandor, I think, would hold on to Alexander, but would want it to be Alexander, like Alejandro, like the original pronunciation, and that's not going to go far. If Colin ages in real time, I feel like he might. Just be warned, we're talking about stuff from like interviews from outside the show, so who fucking knows? But it seems suggested from the interviews that we're not getting, oh haha, Colin aged back into an adult like a month later.
Yeah.
Hope y'all enjoyed Baby Colin, cause we doing this.
Smile.
Are they going to reference Breaking Dawn for the baby stuff? I don't trust them not to. I don't trust them not to.
Scary,
I
scary,
don't
scary,
trust
scary,
them not
scary.
to.
Oh god.
They've invoked that Twilight is an in-universe fictional movie and book series that Nandor for some reason is aware of and references in episode 1. So, rip. At the very least, that does mean that, well, okay. You want to get into the weeds with it? You wanna follow fucking Frankie into the deep weeds out here? Get my fucking Jungle Cruise hat on? I've been trying to figure out to what degree in universe some things might be fictionalized books in universe about real vampires. Because here's the thing, we fucking met Camilla, fucking Carmilla, the ultimate vampiress of all time, who predated Dracula in fiction, the OG lesbian. So, it's possible that some works of fiction in the universe of What We Do in the Shadows are fictionalized accounts of, oh yeah, baby, Carmilla was last episode. Oh yes. Which I freaked out a little bit, because, oh, she's looking good, too. Oh, she's looking good. Also, I still think it's cute that Guillermo tried to stand up to her for like a whole 10 seconds. Honey, what are you doing?
Yeah, Guillermo, buddy.
Honey. She'd snap you like a fucking twig. It'd be like somebody squeezing a marshmallow peep. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that we also know that in-universe there are fictional vampire movies with no association to anything in lore. So here's my read. I think vampire fiction that's in book form from before the 1900s is very likely to often be real vampires who existed. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Movies and stuff afterwards are probably mostly fictional.
Well,
Twilight is technically the one vampire thing we know that doesn't exist, but then we must ask the question, what of Wesley Snipes?
but who was Edward at the council meeting then? Who was Robert?
I hate you. I think it would be funny if they're just normal vampires who nobody really likes and they wear glitter and live in the Pacific Northwest.
Fuck.
I think that would be funny.
I think that would be good.
Really, you can go anywhere with the canon, but I'm that one I'm out here trying to figure out, like, do vampires cry? I don't think they cry. I don't think so. I don't think they sweat. For some reason, we know that they piss, but... I love how even Guillermo doesn't know, even he was like, well, Van Helsing isn't real, right? Right? Oh no. Yeah. I kind of love that too, because I feel like it's very realistic that, obviously it's a masquerade type setting, as most vampires have to be. That's literally where the term the masquerade for fictional settings come from, is Vampires the Masquerade, otherwise known as LARPing for goths.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so the vampire stuff is all a secret from the common world, no matter how little sense that makes. Don't worry about it. Hypnotism covers a lot of sins, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes a lot of sense to me that probably your average vampire themselves doesn't fully know at all what's fictional or not, and most vampires are probably shit at record keeping, is the vibe that I get. Like, obviously there's the council records, but that's like the small amount of vampire nerds putting that stuff together. Is Carmilla the one who wanted to see Nandor's pee-pee? Yes.
Yes.
Even better, 2 facts. Carmilla is both the only other vampire we've ever seen to have golden eyes instead of red eyes during particularly vampiric moments, and 2, she repeatedly refers to him as the Great Nandor, and seems to be personally extremely aware of his deeds, especially as a human, but possibly implied to be whatever vampiric deeds he has done as a vampire that have in some way created his legacy, which is fascinating, because I think a lot. about a period of time in Nandor's life where we don't know what the fuck he was doing. In this universe, are vampires' tears blood tears or normal tears? They have blood tears when they're injured, and otherwise they have shown no sign of actually crying. In situations where you would assume that they would cry, and during which they have had Guillermo spill quote-unquote real tears, most actors cannot actually cry on command. The makeup people have a little thing that they can kind of puff into your eyes that'll make you well up enough for it to work for the scene. Even in those scenes, vampires do not cry, including moments such as Naja thinking that Laszlo has run away forever, when the sire stuff was going on, and we see Nandor, like, howling and everything, all of the stuff with Colin Robinson, even accounting for the emotional constipation of vampires, if they were capable of normal crying, or if they cried blood tears out of emotional duress instead of just injury from being in a holy area, we would have seen it then. I am taking the fucking series so much more seriously than it's meant to. This is what I do. This is what I do.
Nandlore. Oh, Chad, I
Nandlore.
like that.
Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. I have a map screenshotted somewhere that I've been, like, slowly figuring out the length of his fucking empire from. It's possible that Nandor's backstory has allowed me to slightly unleash a kind of nerdy adoration for particular periods of history that I like looking at.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying, if he references the entirety of the Tigris, it's very possible that the amount of land that he had complete control over was a lot bigger than I initially thought.
Hi, Kalish called Jericho. Sleep good.
Hey, thank you for the wasp and good night. Goodbye, bye.
Go, Bubba.
Frankie's cool conspiracy wall of the yarn and the pins has become a tapestry of Nandor's face. That's a different conspiracy board. Over here's the show conspiracy board, and over here is
Jesus was an
by
energy
God.
vampire.
Yeah, listen.
I'm right.
So I forget who it was.
I'm right.
I forget who it was who brought up that all of those creepy ancient paintings of adult man-faced babies. I think it was Newt. I want to say it was Newt After Dark. It might have been someone else. Apologies if I'm fucking misidentifying the state of this. Can someone show Nandor the Euphrates River rap? Oh god. The beautiful song celebrating this wonderful ancient civilization, his homeland. But yeah, if that was true, that would kind of imply that Jesus was an energy vampire, which could also... They don't die from anything except their timer running out, and they stay about the same age looking the whole time, and he even got set on fire, and he was fine after that. They feed on social awkwardness, and I'm just saying Jesus was a very direct guy. I apologize for the level of blasphemy that this is running into. I promise I just mean on the fucking show. And also, I'm pretty much literally the definition of a Samaritan. Sorry. Except think, even worse than just the dying and being reborn as a baby stuff, a baby showed up out of nowhere in the first place. And he could walk off any injury over the course of the show, so it wouldn't be that hard to just take a fucking nap after being nailed to a crucifix for a while, so...
This is the hidden lore that gets What We Do in the Shadows cancelled.
Yeah.
Like, as a show.
Yeah, but if it gets cancelled, they'll finally get to have the Nandor Guillermo wedding, so...
Hooray!
Just like OKKO!
Yay!
Do werewolves exist in this universe? Big yes!
Yeah.
Extremely large
They fucking
yes.
rule.
I have to say, they're not my favorite werewolves, but I do feel like I love the fact that they act the way werewolves would,
Yes.
which is super social, oddly socially responsible, obviously have really long group meetings where they, like, discuss their motives and feelings about being within the group, but they will piss on your lawn. So, feels right. That feels right. We all miss Stu. Come on now. He's It's for the best that he's well out of this. We wouldn't want Precious Stew to be. By the way, side note, it is very funny that we now know that in this universe a werewolf can be turned into a vampire.
Yes.
Or possibly become. I'm just saying, if the New Zealand vampires ever figure that out, there's gonna be like a house. Listen, I'm just saying, it'd be very sad if our friend Stu ever died of old age. It's.
Stu would probably just be like, yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's, I mean, if it won't put you all out of your way, then. So more like actual functional normal wolf packs and not the great trips. Yeah, actually, to the degree even that there's still a little bit of, like, the class associations, but it feels less like, oh, werewolves are poor and gross, and more like, yeah, vampires are a bunch of weird old fucking goth weirdos. And werewolves are like just dudes who dress for cold air jogging, you know? Like, there's probably a classier pack of werewolves out there somewhere, but you gotta wear comfortable clothing for being out in the open air, and you know, you might wind up losing it, you know? It's a nice jacket, you don't want to ruin your good jacket if it's like close to the full moon kind of thing. More like Adams versus the Moonster? Yes.
Oh.
Oh, you're mean. You're mean.
Huh?
You're mean. You're
What?
mean. You're mean. You're mean.
What?
You're
What's
mean.
going
You're
on?
mean. You're mean. You're mean. You're mean.
I would never do anything mean.
The Bayonetta music to this is somehow especially fucking.
I would never do mean.
Whisked to the side.
I just may as well put in their holes big enough, who's to say?
That what you. Why? Why? Why?
What's
Why?
wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Adrian says, you know what, I'm mourning the suitcase left at the train station of the dolls in them. R.I.P. my little guys, they sure did. They sure did.
Yep.
They sure did. He left the suitcase, and you know what kills me about that? I can't help but wonder if he had just the smallest amount of, like, well, maybe if Guillermo still comes. Maybe if somehow he just missed the train. Maybe we'll need to get it. This fucking show. This fucking show. This fucking show. This fucking show, people. Which... Okay. We gotta talk about the fucking end of the fight scene now, don't we?
Oh, do you really? I think so.
I'd like to.
I'd like to too.
So here's the thing. Obviously the fight itself, as I said, I've watched repeatedly now. I think it'd be fun to highlight a few things about it first. One of which is that Nandor is absolutely pushing him the whole day, and I feel very strongly is opening that scene by like, this is like the ultimate salvo. Like, Guillermo even kind of picks up on it, which is what kills me, because he does the fucking, oh, is this you trying to comfort me?
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. You have good reason for thinking so, because Nandor's terrible at comforting people. But just, okay. First of all, Nandor turns around when he blows off Guillermo getting rid of the assassins and killing the council. I firmly think he did that then, because that's the biggest lie he had to tell.
Yeah.
He also keeps his face very composed, but there's a small smile when Guillermo starts to come back at him about it. And when he says, vampire killer, vampire hunter, his mouth opens slightly, and I'm convinced when the camera goes back to Guillermo, there is the smallest moment where Nandor is openly smiling with his back to him. Just so happy. And then in the fight, just, first of all, it feels meaningful to me that Nandor is fucking up his own stuff. Because, like, you know, there's always like a rule of thumb about like if someone gets angry enough that they throw things, are they throwing and destroying their own things, or are they throwing and destroying your things? Because with abusive people, the answer is always going to be that they're destroying someone else's things. And mysteriously, they have fine self-control from their own. Nandor stages that in his own space, not
Yep.
Guillermo's space.
Yep.
Nandor touching his lips and going heem heem in my head forever. Listen. I might have a tab open still. Perhaps. Somewhere. Shut up. Which, by the way, I think we finally know what him flirting looks like.
Yes! Oh my god.
Y'all keep saying this is a funny sitcom. I'm not saying it's a funny sitcom. It's a comedy horror show.
Oh yes.
But it's also like this. Oh, my sweet little meow meow. Yeah, he fucking goes right in for it. He openly just pushes him to admit that he can't be hypnotized. There's no way he's not aware by then. Like,
Okay, so
The-
here's the thing. Nandor in his coffin, the episode of The Sire, in bed that night. Wow.
Yes,
So cool when
yes,
Guillermo hit
yes.
me. That was, wow, Pog, that was great. Wait a second.
Wait one fucking goddamn chicken fried minute.
Wait, didn't we hypnotize him to not hurt people?
Yeah, and also he does it again during the cult episode, because during the cult episode, even if you could excuse like him grabbing his wrist and yanking him out, the silver on the seatbelt,
Yeah.
and then the
So-
chains.
Hey.
I definitely think he might have put it together then, and the fallout of the cult stuff probably had him thinking on it a bit more. But really, just he gets so into it, he pronounces his the as if for that bit.
Yes.
He literally,
Cute.
it's extremely fucking good. Nandor's a lot more receptive than people give him credit for. Oh yes,
Oh yeah.
he's not stupid. He's a himbo, but he's not stupid. I think normally he kind of just doesn't give a shit, is what makes it confusing. High whiz, low int, or the other way around? That's a very good question. I ain't even answering, I don't know. It's one or the other. It's just, I'm like scrolling up to like my own commentary about it. Oh yeah, okay. He turns his back when he says, so you shoot away from assassins. He looks at Guillermo when Guillermo says, by birth and by lineage.
Ugh.
During the course of the fight, what kills me too is something that I was thinking about a lot is when he picks up the knife to throw it, Guillermo catches it over his shoulder, and I was trying to figure out, like, did he really aim that deliberately to miss? No. He threw the knife up into the air to make sure Guillermo saw it, and Guillermo was able to move to the side with plenty of time to grab it. He then throws it way past him at the painting, which, by the way, flirting.
Listen.
Yeah!
Listen.
Yeah! My god! Like, there's a certain point in that where I know that Guillermo is, like, very sincerely beating the shit out of this man, but also, a little, come on now.
I think it's romantic to beat a man's face with another man's hands, is the thing.
I think it is romantic to trick your fucking doofus employer into not paying attention to the sword they're holding, to sweep kick them from the fucking legs.
Yes.
And it's so, like, it feels like he just goes off the chain, like he's been holding back. And I think Nandor wasn't lying when Guillermo says, like, I was just pretending so that you wouldn't feel weak. And he says, I never feel weak. I don't think he's lying about that. A part of me wonders if he's not openly telling, like, you being strong doesn't make me feel weak. he wants him to be strong.
Cute. It's cute.
It's cute is the thing. Just, yeah, the way Guillermo uses his innocent, meek appearance to his advantage. Yeah, Master, that sword needs to be polished, which, by the way, writers,
Why do you want to,
Yeah, that's not subtext anymore.
That's text.
Actually, I think that's not subtext, that's text. Moment is definitely still in the episode before that.
What? No. No. Sometimes bros just know facts about one another, clearly.
Which also, because of that episode, I do think it makes it doubly funnier that the sword he grabs is like a big fucking dumb broadsword.
Yes.
Like, I see. Well, thing is, it's not really about the size. Anyways! Yeah, my furry little friend is an interesting one. Also, like, yeah, you calling him your little meow meow, huh? But, what was I going? Okay. The most important part of the fight. I love the delivery on when, at the end of the fight, he doesn't just cede. He doesn't just say, like, okay, you win. It's, yes, finally. This is what I have been waiting for. It's like triumphant, growled, happy, excited, and then this reverent whisper, like a hiss. Fucking, we are in full, not to get a little too into it, we're at some full fucking saying the name like it's prayer territory on that delivery.
Yes.
And he grins. He grins. He is literally so happy that Guillermo won this fight. That Guillermo can win this fight. That in that moment, nothing but Guillermo's will stopped him from just fucking being destroyed.
It's good, I tell you, it's good.
Can we talk about the full name? Oh, y'all want to fucking talk about the fucking Guillermo de la Cruz? That he drops his name so super specifically that he says his full name the way someone proposes marriage that he specifically did with Gail? Gail, whatever her middle name is, you never actually told me your last name?
Will you
the way
do
he
me
like
the honor of coming on a trip?
Will you do me the honor?
Just bro things. Just guys being dudes.
It's so beautiful. Yeah, Beastbile has it written out. Gail Marie, whatever may be, whatever your last name is, you never told me, will you do me the honor? Versus Guillermo de la Cruz, will you do me the honor?
Okay, the fact that they show that clip in the episode specifically also as a parallel, like...
Yes, actually showing, like, specifically the moment she turns him down, like, with the proposal then.
It's interesting to me, you know? It's interesting.
God. And okay. Here's what I love. The first time I watched that scene, I think I speak for all of us when I'm like, I was kind of so tense during the scene, like, kind of waiting for the haha gotcha, like, alright, like, oh, he's just saying all this because okay. I should have realized the moment that Guillermo himself says, you're just scared of me right now. The fact that Guillermo himself is like, this is just because you're scared of me right now is,
I know.
And just the fact that it's like, travel the world with me, we are going to go to the banks of the Tigris River, to my homeland of Al-Khaladar, and you will you will go on one knee, and I will turn you into a vampire. Which, what kills me about that is that, like, that he even says, my word is my bond. As good as an oath. As good as literally invoking the concept of an oath. And to me, what's meaningful here is that he says it like a specific action, a specific time, a specific, like, this is precisely where we're going to go and this is how it's going to happen. No, eventually. No, like, at the end of our journey. No, after we take this trip, notice we're going here. This is happening. I mean this. It's so fucking much!
It's good.
It's so fucking much!
It's good.
Crab with a Knife says, the fact that Guillermo is on the level of importance that Nandor wants to turn him in his homeland, one of the most important things to him in the world. Yes! Which, by the way, our very own non-binary Vegeta pointed out that we do not actually know if the homeland soil concept requires the soil to actually be from your place of birth as a human, or if it actually means the place where you were turned into a vampire. And I have thought about it, and I am actually coming down on the side that it's where you got turned, and this is why, because otherwise wouldn't they have had to bring soil from the East Coast with them on the trip? Because otherwise, how could he sleep on the way back home?
Smile.
It has to be. It has to be. It has to be that it's graveyard dirt rules, not ancestral home rules, which means they would share the same dirt. They would share the
Why you
same
gotta-
homeland
why you
as
gotta-
vampires.
Share your dirt with someone, Nandor. Just curious. What, you want to share a coffin with them? Haha.
Not to mention the fact that they could then, hear me out, that also means that Nandor could have been planning to dump out the dirt he brought with him and take from the same area that he's getting Guillermo's.
Guillermo got Nadja's dirt from the island of Antipaxis because Nadja
Yep.
is Nadja of Antipaxis.
She is specifically from the island of Antipaxos off of the shore of Greece, which is presumably why he got it from a beach, because my assumption is that he had to take a ferry to get there, and the quickest possible place for him to stop after the ferry would have been at that beach. It's very cute, to be honest. I'm a big dork, and I actually enjoy the symbolic meaning of Laszlo's dirt is from, like, a little garden patch, Nadja's dirt is from the beach, and the soil he gets from Nandor for that is at a dangerous border crossing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking a lot about precisely where the fuck Al-Khaladar is. I think it's entirely possible it was a really... Okay, hear me out. Guillermo didn't actually get it from the other side of that border, which means that it's actually possible that even though Nandor uses southern Iran as his specific point of origin, it's very possible that Al-Khaladar eclipsed far more of what we now consider those boundaries. Combine that with the Tigris River being a specific checkpoint that he uses for where the place was, and the fact that he appears to have traveled as far as Greece through Europe. Nandor's warpath took him 2,000 fucking miles in 1,200. It's very possible that his empire was actually Alexander the Great approaching levels. I have a lot of fucking thoughts about his path and past and empire and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I have theories, I have thoughts. But right now we're talking about that good gay shit. Girl boss moment, honestly.
Yes, this is the theme of a girl boss moment also.
It kind of is.
Uh-huh.
It just kills me the degree of, like, he has thought this through. He wanted it to be, like, something special, which... How long has he been thinking about that?
So, I think the moment he falls in love with Guillermo is outside of the citizenship office. The
I
first time
think so,
Guillermo talks
too.
back to him.
I think so, too. And I think if nothing else, if he didn't realize, like, oh, I am in love with this person, that's the first time he, like, felt it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the moment he, like, realized, if the latest possible moment he could have realized, oh, I'm in love with this person, is Guillermo killing the whole fucking
Oh,
council
absolutely.
in the area, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely think that, like, the Guillermo that he is in love with is the Guillermo who's not scared of him. And he kind of painted himself into a corner that way. Because Guillermo is, from word of, like, admittedly, I'm of the opinion that you don't have to take what show creators or writers or even actors say in, like, interviews or off-camera type information sources too seriously if you don't want to. But from those sources, we know that Guillermo often, like, bites his tongue because he doesn't want to get, like, any quote-unquote demerits. He doesn't want him being turned into a vampire pushed back, and the regular rules for a familiar kind of dangle becoming a vampire as a way to, like, enforce good behavior, basically, which makes sense, because vampires are all pieces of shit. That's pretty canonical at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that Nandor accidentally fucked himself over a little bit, because the conditions of becoming a vampire through being a good familiar isn't the Nandor he isn't the Guillermo he wanted, and it's also not, like, that wouldn't make Guillermo the vampire he'd want to spend years with, centuries with, the rest of his life with. The Guillermo he wants to spend eternity with is the Guillermo who pushes him around, who maybe kind of makes fun of him a little sometimes, who isn't scared of anybody. The Guillermo who's violent and frightening, who even a little bit the fucking shitty manipulative side of Guillermo, I think he's a little bit fond of. Like, the amount of times, like, over this last season that he's called Guillermo a rascal when he's, like, fucking around and ignoring the rules is really cute.
Yeah.
Guillermo speaking up and standing his ground and convincing Nandor that he is powerful and important in his own right outside the Citizenship Center is such a good checkpoint for this is a moment where Nandor would start to fall in love with Guillermo. Big agree.
Exactly.
Because, like, I think, okay, sometimes, something I've thought about a lot is that the one thing we know, two things we know about Nandor's wives he had when he was alive, is that he actually did love 35 out of 37 of them. He also then later says that most of them hated him. That's pretty rough odds. That a huge amount of the people that in his living life he loved, who left him, didn't like him. That loving someone and devoting himself to them, and them not returning his feelings, is normal to him. And then we look at Gale. Gale, who openly tells the camera, in the same house as Nandor, that she inevitably gets tired of him. That he's an acquired taste. That eventually she gets sick of him. And I often think that Gale is a safe romance for him. He understands his position with Gale, and it's to be in love with someone who doesn't love him back. And I think that's kind of why he panics in season 3. I don't know if he knows what to do with someone who could truly love him back. I think he wants that. I think he wants that very badly. But it's not a category in his head. He understands marrying a woman. He understands having a wife. He understands someone who doesn't care about him. And the fact that the other two situations he goes through this season are like a girl he has kind of nice contact with from a distance, that's just regular dude panicking behavior, let's be real. That's crushing on the cute girl who looks kind of gay on the bus. It happens. It's not a bad thing, so long as you don't actually ever try to ask someone out while they're doing their job. Don't do that shit. Also, maybe don't ask strangers out in general. It's weird. Puts people in a rough position. And then, with the cult, well... That's also not that dissimilar to a comfortable position for him to be in, because he gets told what to do. And people join cults because you can feel very loved in a cult. That's why they're scary. Which, if you ever see someone starting to talk too much about a group like that or something like that, check in, just saying. Or if you ever get invited to go to a group activity where everybody suddenly compliments you too much and is way too positive, and there's a centralized leader, keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Remember, the eternal rule of the share zone. You can just leave. Hit the street. Yeah, Paper Fire Time is actually summing it up very well. Nandor is scared of having Guillermo leave him, or use him when Guillermo asked to be a vampire and he's leaving. That basically confirmed that, Guillermo is just using me to be a vampire and he doesn't actually care for me. Yup! I'm always of the opinion that in that scene, Guillermo thought he was expressing two separate thoughts.
Yeah.
But he said them one right after the other. So... That's part of why I think Nandor winds up pushing him so much, because he needs to force Guillermo to not try and talk through this shitty little box he's put himself in. He needs the Guillermo who wants this from him, I think, because... I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if Nandor's Nandor's not a good person. I'll say that, but...
I don't think
there's
anyone
also...
on the show is.
No. Sean is a regular style East Coast dirtbag, kind of decent dude. He might be as close as we get. I'm trying to think. No, Derek got fucked up. We don't know if the rest of the vampire hunting squad is alive out there still. Yeah, nobody is. Okay. I think the Nadja doll would commit more murders if she had the opportunity to.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's good for her.
But Go ahead.
Sorry, I just remembered an interview about season 4 we were reading. Someone asked, is the guide coming back? What about the Nadja doll? And they're like, yes, the guide will be coming back, and the Nadja doll will be coming back if she doesn't get any other offers.
So look out.
Watch out.
What it is like, I don't think Nandor's... Okay, nobody's a good person, but I think you could still be a bad person and be in a difficult situation where... What if Guillermo would say yes because he wants to be a vampire? And, there's a little bit of the reassurance of like, well, he's, as far as Nandor knows, left a situation where he would have been turned into a vampire, like, more fast than this. He could have tried to, like, leave again. There is all evidence suggesting that Guillermo specifically wants to be turned into a vampire by Nandor. But I do think part of the pushing him thing could be a little bit... I do think this is Petscop music, yes.
This is Petscop music.
I gotta rewatch fucking Petscop a bit again, man. It could be a little bit like, well, if I tell Guillermo I love him, is that just gonna complete the, like, vampire fantasy aspect of this? Can I be, like, entirely sure that anything I get back from him won't be tied back to that? And I do imagine some of that probably got shaken once he was snapped out of the depressive funk that put him into the super sleep mood in the first place, by the fact that Guillermo outright said, I don't care about that anymore. I just want you to be here.
Ugh.
Yeah, let's not forget that Guillermo has literally now expressed out loud in very clear terms, I don't care about being a vampire if it means you're here with me. Our fucking man, really out here, going, I'd rather die inside 100 years with you than
Ugh.
live forever without you.
Ugh.
Which, how long do you think Guillermo spent while he was at the cult thinking about, like, that last talk?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Just-
No, probably cooking on it a lot.
Probably, like, a lot of, like, I really said that, huh? That's really, like, the last real thing he heard from me is just, turn me and we'll be done with it, even though I know he gets, like, annoyed by that. Okay.
I'm fine.
'Cause-
I'm good. I'm fine. I'm good.
Vampire stories equal bad people deserve love too? I would say that vampire stories are about the inherent romance of the concept of someone loving or desiring you in such a strong way that it begins to fall outside of the regular bounds of human behavior in a safe, fictionalized way, which then it's very understandable why queer people and trans people in general, or anyone who kind of falls outside of the regular bounds of normal human, like, approved society, which, don't forget, can often include, like, marginalized people of every stripe, including, like, disabled people. The idea of an entity, someone that's powerful, desiring you to a point that you could be snatched away or uplifted, or even make someone that powerful grovel and be willing to give something up for you. That, I think, is what it's about. Not that I've thought about it a lot. Also, it's 10, so we should take a break before you start this drawing.
Good idea, because my neighbor just punched the wall twice.
Hey!
Hey! Alright. Break time.
Alright. So, we've been going for a little while now. This is when we take our first break of the night. Now's a good time for y'all to get up, stretch, get a drink, pet a cat, do a quick wiggle, get your blood moving, as it were. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Everyone be good, okay?
Be good. Or I'll get you.
Adrian, you get the house keys.
Okay.
No
No
parties.
wild parties.
You can get a pizza, though.
Hi. I have Swedish fish. You wish you were me. You wish you were me. Yep. That's Swedish fish. Oh, they say Swedish on them now. Okay, this single one did, apparently. That's fun. See you around. Ah, thanks to everyone who's hanging out. Stretching out my drawing hand. It's very important to do nerve flossing if you draw, otherwise you could get bad hand. And then you would feel terrible. So, watch out. A Tim McGraw Nanderopath? Adrian? I don't know how I'm gonna last months. I already feel like I'm losing my brain. Yeah, I've been reading basically every single thing on AO3, which has been fun. There was literally a fic up within like 2 hours of the finale that was like about Guillermo being in the box. I'm like, oh, this person is a monster. Every chapter is based off of a mountain goats fic. Oh, that's cruelty. I'm gonna love reading that. That's great. That's mean. Literally been surviving off search for Nandero people you follow, check, can you maybe explain to me fan art? Fuck yeah, dude. Hi, Frankie.
Hello. Yeah, y'all should know I literally didn't put Genghis Khan on the quiz because it would have been too fucking dead of a giveaway. And if I was like, oh, it's Genghis Khan, but it's Guillermo, that would have been too much of a fake out, so... Singing a song for Naja was so difficult.
Oh, what song was that? That was, Lifeline PS2 soundtrack, background music 22. It doesn't have a name.
It doesn't have a name because it's from fucking Lifeline. Lifeline is a baffling video game that we know of, played by a super great friend, aka SGF. Okay, y'all remember Hey You Pikachu? Imagine if there was a Resident Evil game in space where it controlled by the same mechanisms as Hey You Pikachu, where you are not playing as the main character, you're giving voice commands to the main character, who then has to parse it through a speech-to-text program in the game. You're talking into a real-life microphone with your real mouth, and the character in the game, you go like, shoot that enemy, or go look at this,
Like
and it
Seaman,
works
yes.
exactly as well as you think. Except now imagine that the main character is very obviously being pushed at you as a waifu. So it's Resident Evil,
So
but
you
they
go,
want you to become emotionally attached to the girl character who's shooting people.
you go, look at the table, and she goes, shoot the table? Got it.
Leave the room? Okay.
No.
Which,
Go back? Okay, roger.
no. Look at the vending machine. Leave the room?
There.
Okay.
Run? Okay.
Oh yeah, and also you have to guess what specific words the game wants you to know to indicate specific objects that she should be examining. It's a nightmare. A lot of the games Super Great Friend plays are nightmares. Okay. No, it'd be weird to compare them, even though it would explain his deal perfectly. What do you think? Should I make
Fucking
the
do
comparison?
it.
Okay, fine. If y'all enjoy Scorpy's streams, imagine if Scorpy is a cheerful, welcoming party clown. This is the whiteface clown. This is the deadpan full makeup European tradition version of the same taste in games and deadpanish tone. You'll probably enjoy it. Listen.
There's a Frogger.
And we do love to see a Frogger in chat. I've got my blue Frogger representing, I'll say that.
I got a number 1, baby.
Hey, hey, hey.
Actually, you were the first gift sub that set off the Awuka. Do you remember that?
God, I forget about that all the time. You gave me the gift sub, though. You gave me the gift sub that set off the Awuga storm. That doesn't count as me killing a streamer, right? That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Well, back to it.
It wasn't lethal. It wasn't lethal. It wasn't lethal.
So just a little reminder, this is a doodle and donation stream, so if there's anything specifically you want us to draw, donate $10 and we will do this for you, but it has to be on topic.
It has to be for what we do in the shadows, and it cannot be anything that will get us banned by Twitch, and no Wonder Bread level shit. Anyways.
So...
I want to stop invoking that awful person, but it's such a fast way to gesture to the idea of that kind of thing.
Yeah, you're right.
And as always, we always ask that people not donate beyond their means. You do not need to donate or otherwise support us with money to be here and have a good time. We just like to see you. Having follows and literally people watching the stream helps us a great deal. But also, like... if you want to see fucking the cast as Spice Girls outfit-wise, or... Hello?
Stop! Don't say that!
Don't say what? If you want to see what Nandor would look like in a nice suit, or you just want to see the boys cuddling, or you want to see Laszlo being thrown into the Atlantic Ocean, or... We're available.
Very cool, Frankie.
What? I had a phase when I was little because in retrospect I was very gay for Scary Spice, alright?
For it.
Okay, to be fair, requesting a group shot would probably be pushing the limits of a $10 donation,
It's
but...
okay for nights like this.
That's true. Bugs is very powerful. Golden Girls? Good lord. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Paper Fire Time.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
welcome.
That actually reminds me, by the way. I am trying to get a fucking bead on Nandor's powers as a vampire.
Oh, yeah?
He can... Okay. On one hand, was it a gag from the first episode and could possibly just be a joke that they threw off before they were doing any kind of lore shit on the show? Yes. Is Nandor literally the only vampire we've ever fucking seen use fire powers, something that other vampires are presumably specifically weak to, going by classical vampire rules? Yes.
And we also see him blow out candles by gesturing at them, which could also be just, heat up the air.
Yeah. Which, also, okay, I think most vampires can do the, levitate a small object, gesture to dramatically close the door, but Nandor's Axel Kingdom Hearts, god! Anyways, sorry, male wife did psychic damage to me, so, he's I feel like out of all the vampires, he's the one that we see do it the most. He also... Well, they all can levitate. That's not a special power. However... Okay. Turning into mist is not only fairly unique to him, the only other person who does that is the guide, who first of all seems to be pretty powerful in her own right.
Turns into smoke.
Yes. She specifically says smoke. If I can turn into smoke, I'm not going to take the front door, like... So he has a distinct power in the mist thing. Then there's the golden eye thing, and then there's the fact that he's canonically physically stronger than all, like, I don't think it's exaggerating to say all the other vampires in the household. Like, Laszlo outright says in the first episode, like, indicates he's a lot stronger than him. And also, during the cloak outfit, he's all like, how does he operate this big gorilla body? Christ. Side note, speaking of that specific actor just being extremely powerful, the imitations he does
Oh my
in
god,
the cloak
I know.
episode. Naja is particularly good at climbing up windows. I also feel like one could argue that Naja has a lot of very classic vampire hallmarks, especially in the European vampire tradition. The fact that she can turn into a pile of rats is kind of part of what makes me think of that. She's got very, like, I don't know, she's classy, you know? She's like the vampire in 1800s dandy would think of when they think of a vampire. Laszlo's specific power is, he says it's his ability to turn into a bat very, very easily and fast, which is kind of cracks me up because y'all can do that, Laszlo, you all can do that.
Real quick, here's a joke specifically for Adrian. Please enjoy.
God.
Okay, Adrian?
Yeah.
Okay?
God.
Oh, thank you, Tessima.
Oh, yeah, it's nice to see. Yeah, I think it literally took until my second watching to figure out that only the Naja voice is dubbed over him. Everyone else is him doing an impression.
Oh, the
which...
soft voice for Guillermo kills me.
The soft fucking voice. And the way he, like, hunches in a little bit and makes himself smaller and, like, sits in this very, like, contained way. Yeah, I have taken the idea to be that Laszlo is better in general at shapeshifting, which, I will note, is partially because I think the boy's trans.
Have we seen the panel? Know what happened to the panel?
Ooh. Yeah, Kavian doing the fucking Laszlo kills me. It doesn't help that the whole scene is just skeleton destroying in terms of, like... I think it's that episode might be the most high intensity secondhand embarrassment that the show has ever done.
The one that's the worst for me, where I literally have to take off my headphones for it when we stream it to friends.
Oh, honey.
Legally, is the one where Guillermo is girl bossing for the throne. Literally, I have to, like, do something else and not look at the computer.
Oh, it's my favorite. That's my favorite. That's my favorite.
Oh, that's cute! Paper fire time!
Oh! Yeah, let's see. Vegeta said, Kavian is so powerful, he's talked about how he tricked the BBC for 6 months with his impressions because he was playing phone pranks. Jesus Christ.
God.
See, okay, as someone who does pretty decent, like, no, I do good voice impressions.
Mm-hmm.
I do good voice work. I can pull off a decent enough G-Man to give people psychic damage. I probably still have a Duke in here somewhere. I definitely still have a Heisenberg in here somewhere because I'm gay. Regrettably, I can do a bunch of really cursed voices. But Nandor's, like, specific cadence and vocal tics is so beautifully crafted. Ugh. Just kills me. Bugs can tell you I've been, like, trying to work on how to write it down so that it looks like the right cadence. I'm getting good at it, but you kind of have to break down and start using hyphens and italics in some specific ways.
I gotta say,
just look up NYC panel 2021. I'm gonna screen cap that for later. Thank you.
I gotta say, when we've been RPing, I had a lot of fun writing Laszlo in that confrontation scene.
Yeah, writing Laz is fun. He's got a whole thing.
He is.
He enjoyed playing Nandor because he gets to utilize his more awkward traits. Yeah.
Aw.
The character of Nandor is, even if nobody intends him to be autistic, and I say this as an autistic person, he's autistic.
Mhm.
Nobody in this cast is neurotypical, which I think is appropriate. Monsters ain't neurotypical. What's the point otherwise?
Exactly.
A neurotypical vampire? Ugh. I think that's just how you get straight vampire romance, and I
That's
just don't
so
know what to do with
sad.
that.
It's so sad.
I've talked about it before, but I still resent Buffy for being like the main source of like vampire romance drama for a while when I was a teen.
Mhm.
I watched the first season when it was dumb Monster of the Week stuff, and one episode ended with a sexy mantis lady killing a dude.
Oh,
And I
sick.
kind of lost interest after that.
I mean, that's bad.
Oh, it did rule, trust me.
Oh, okay.
That episode ruled. It's just after that season when it got more serious and souls and vampire with a soul. And did you know that nothing is more magical than a hot 16-year-old white girl?
Ugh.
Turns out. Can we talk about how people think Colin is straight? Colin's the closest person to maybe being identifiable as straight on the show. But he's also just really weird, so
Mhm.
I don't know what to tell you. He's literally only ever been seen macking on girls, but I also think he was pretty down to clown in the orgy scene, so... Adrian says freak on a leash, and normally I'm not a big fan of using the term freak, like, casually, because when I grew up people still screamed that at you if you were gay enough.
Mhm.
So I'm not that big on calling folks freaks affectionately, except in the case of Colin Robinson, because it's true.
Good. Good.
He's an enigma, and I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna argue this one way or the other because, to be quite frank, I'm not totally invested in the labeling of Colin Robinson, sorry. So I'm not gonna, like, fight anyone about it. He's doing his own thing. The one thing we know for sure is that he's into poop. So...
Hate that. Hate that. Hate that.
It's pretty canonical. It's
Hate
pretty
that.
canonical. It's pretty canonical. Regrettably, I could cite multiple episodes
I
at this
don't-
point. So. I will bring up, however, that one thing about the Siren episode that I think is very cute is the realization post the reveal in the second to last episode is that the reason Laszlo dragged him away from the Siren is because he would have died there.
Yep.
And then this girl who fell in love with him, who he loved, would have just seen him suddenly die. So he pulled him away before that could happen.
Stop it. It's very sweet.
Hey, thank you for coming by.
So, I think we should talk about trains. So, end of the episode, Guillermo's going to go back with Nandor. Very cute, by the way, that Guillermo gets so excited he starts slipping into Spanish and English. It's
Yes!
cute.
And it's like-
Vámonos.
And some of it's like the fussy Spanish of like shooing kids into a car too. Like you're like literally like the fucking Vominos takes me out.
Hi, what's like, okay?
Hey.
Yeah, it's very cute. The fact that he's relaxed enough to open up around Nandor with that, the fucking puppy eyes thing he pulls on Nandor kills me. Oh, it's
Yes!
so cute.
Confirmation this man can baby eyes this fucking elderly fucking warlord.
He really said. And Nandor was like, okay, of course, I love you so much. Yes, I will do everything
Oh, I
for
was
you."
just joking. I was just joking.
I was just joking.
God.
Please do not fucking cry.
God, if Guillermo ever figures out how to do like a reliable like lower lip tremble type of move, it's all fucking over.
Yeah. Guillermo's gonna have America in the palm of his hand. It's fine. It's good.
Well, I mean, it is rude that he's played by one of the fucking hottest dudes alive right now.
Yeah. Fucking
Good
speaking
lord.
of, Harvey popped off in that scene with the piano. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Hi.
The flirty lean against the piano.
That was, it was very good. It was very good. I liked it.
I also especially love the, like, reveal that the fact that Laszlo literally plays, like, vaudeville accompaniment music to his own story, which we then find out later is partially a lie. It's the story he always tells about what happened.
Oh.
Like, I was thrown out, you see. It was unjust, a terrible thing, so that's why I will never go back there, which I know that, like, ultimately the reveal is that he did it for Naja. He didn't want to be in this place where, like, Naja was never really going to be accepted with him, and he hated the class shit going on. And I'm gonna be real, the racism shit going on seems to very clearly have been a problem with it, but, like, I also think a lot about how he phrases it as, like, I went to the club that my father belonged to, that my father's father belonged to, and I'm like, oh, this was how his whole life worked, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That the house that his great-great-great-grandfather built, that he will inherit, and you go to the same school your dad went to, and all of your friends are the sons of your dad's friends, and you all go to the same club, and one day you're gonna die here, and you'll be buried in your family's grave. Like, oh... I have a big soft spot, especially with, like, how super bi he is, for, like, the degree to which Naja coming into his life was, like, this giant source of freedom for him.
Yes. Big agree.
Really makes that line about how he never smiled when he was alive hit hard. Yes, exactly!
Yes.
Like, ugh. Smile never crossed my lips. Like, because he's a big, doofy, joyful person.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start to... It's very easy to imagine, like... You get the sense that he wasn't exactly coming from a fun-loving type of household, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially since... You ever think about the fact that he outright says that he barely remembers his mom because of how little she was involved with his life? I'm convinced that he was trans, and the way that he socially transitioned involved just relying on his parents not remembering what gender he was.
Fuck. You know?
What do you mean? I'm your beloved boy son, the heir! How could you ever forget, Mama?
God.
He just stole some old clothes.
You know what? Good for him.
No, these aren't tits, I'm just fat.
Praise. Again, good for him.
Honestly?
Laszlo and Nadia, ultimate T-for-T couple.
For fucking real, which I do love that every vampire has all of these, like, fucking... They all have such sad backstories, and I love how most of them will just, like, whip off a fast comment about it that's just, like, my favorite, I think, is when Naja is like, and that's how you're the last kid of 17 to live. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Alright, girl. You good? Also, do you really count as the last survivor? You got killed. What the fuck was the Baron even doing out there?
You know, just hot girl things.
Hot girl Mediterranean summer, you know.
By the way, I love the Baron and the Sire as the vampire grandpas.
Yeah!
Them in
They're
this
just
episode
hanging.
being like, hey, very good, your English is coming along great. Oh, hi. Hello. Look at that.
They're married. They're married.
Guillermo
They're
stopping
married.
to talk to them was very cute.
Laszlo makes a direct comment about being raised by his nanny, who made him stand naked while he learned Latin. And we're never gonna worry about that ever again, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyways. I have a personal pet theory that if Laszlo ever, killed anyone in his life before he got turned into a vampire, he might have put rat poison in his nanny's tea or something.
Good for him.
A pure headcanon, mind you, but I also have a working theory that something that has to do with what kind of a vampire you become is, well, we know in canon it has to do with, what kind of a person you were before, because Jenna gets invisibility powers that match her, social lack of standing out and people ignoring her.
Mm.
Also, Nandor is a very powerful, very interesting vampire with golden eyes that's distinct from the rest, who was literally a warlord who's implied to have killed hundreds, if not thousands, and maybe had a reign of terror that might have spanned the entirety of the ancient Persia. So, I'm looking slowly at Guillermo.
Yeah, Guillermo, Vampire Slayer. What kind of?
So, I'm going to reveal to you all one thing about the quiz I made. The bats at the beginning are all chosen very, very carefully. And Guillermo's bat on there is commonly known as the Spectre bat. It's a very big bat. I'm gonna say it's been recorded as being as much as 5 times bigger than other bats, and that's because that bat eats other bats. And I'm just saying, if there could be anyone on this show who could possibly become a predator among predators, it would be Guillermo. And
Smile.
I'm just saying,
Smile.
while we're making up shit about something that hasn't happened yet in the show, what if you could get a vampire who can feed on other vampires? I think that'd be hot. I don't know about y'all.
I think that would be hot. I think that would be cool.
I should look. I made up bullshit fake Latin for it at one point in an RP. Let me see.
Oh, it was something.
I picked it very carefully because it was Latin for predator of predators, but affectionately 2 slightly different words. Est. I can actually find it there. I know you used Venatores est predator.
Oof.
My Latin's bad. It was done via translation. But also, it's vampires, so you know what they'd use Latin for. Oh yes, but I'm not talking about energy vampires. You know I'm not talking about energy. I mean the fucking blood-sucking! I mean biting Nandor! I mean hotly biting Nandor! Y'all know what I'm talking about!
Must I illustrate these things? Hang on.
I guess apparently we have to draw it out. Hey, Tenebrous Forge, don't worry about it. Gay shit mostly is what you missed. I just think Guillermo should, when he eventually becomes a vampire, have ultimate power. I just think...
I think it would be only
He
fair.
Literally considering what he's gone through in the course of the
I think
show.
Guillermo, when he gets out of the coffin, is going to have strange new quirks that, are going to impact things already.
I think so. I literally keep thinking about how everyone is oh, what if Nandor still goes through the super slumber and there's a time skip and Guillermo winds up all hardened and tough, and I'm well, could still happen.
Smile.
God, Nandor voice. Oh, Guillermo, you look famished, my love. Oh, look, my collar is loose. This is what I'm talking about. It's the reversal of the dynamic. That's what we like around here. God, you're right. He's never gonna be able to eat an Oreo again.
This is so sad. If only he had a tasty boyfriend to feed on instead. This is so
He's
sad.
not a vampire yet. He should be. Ugh. Which, by the way, y'all should know that in my dorky Panera Swap AU, which is literally an AU where the only thing that switched is that Nandor is the human and Guillermo is the vampire, I still have him having been an ex-vampire hunter turned into a vampire. And yes, I included in that the concept that he might be able to bite other vampires still, because I think it'd be very funny for him to be able to threaten Laszlo with that in that AU. Just leaning over slowly, just like... It's like living in the same house as a Christmas ham.
Okay, can I tell you guys one more thing that's a season 4 spoiler?
Please.
Adrian mentioned
Well,
his little 7-week voyage across the Atlantic. At the panel, they mentioned specifically like, oh yeah, we're gonna work in some real world events into season 4. Not like COVID. We're not gonna do that. This song
Thank
is,
you.
Reverse Hills from Shin Megami Tensei 4. But they're like, stuff like the Suez Canal. I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. And now I'm like,
Oh no.
Guillermo's on a boat in a little coffin.
Well, he's not. Wait, hold on. He's not going through the canal, though.
Listen,
Bugs, where do you think the Suez Canal is?
New York. I know. But listen, something could happen. Something comedic could happen.
No, they're going directly
They're
to
taking
Britain.
the long way around.
No, they're not. y'all, don't listen to this geographically
Listen to me.
challenged
Listen to me.
I'm gonna honk at you.
I'm right.
You're not. You're literally... Opening Google. Google. Where is Su...
I know where it is.
It's not anywhere near Britain.
They took the long way around. It was the cheap
To
tickets.
Africa?
Yes.
No. My thinking was more that it was going to be the fucking Brexit is going to get pulled and it's going to be impossible for Guillermo to get a visa out of England.
Oh my god. Fucking of course that would happen.
I feel like that's their style a little bit.
God, I'm still fucking
Except,
thinking
okay.
about... Yeah?
Go ahead.
Oh, the fucking...
The canal is not that far away from where Nandor is going, which would mean that travel through that area would be fucked. We'll find out. Guillermo's gonna come back with a beard. He's gonna have that stubble back again.
I think that would be cute.
He does look pretty cute with the stubble, is the thing.
Does. Oh, hey, I wanted to point out something else cute that Frankie figured out about Nadja.
Ooh, please.
I'll get back to the strong in just a sec. Nadja's hair from the side. Well, okay, so...
Yes!
That one... The season 2 finale, when Guillermo leaves, Nadja's hair gets messed up, which means Guillermo's doing Nadja's hair.
It's the cute bat hairstyle she tries to have on, but it's like super lopsided and messed up, which he's who does that hairstyle.
So
he's who does that specific hairstyle for her.
Here's Nadja's hair through most of season 2 and 1.
Yeah.
You have bangs.
Typically it's either down all the way, or it's like kind of down with like some of it pulled up into bangs. Or I mean, pulled up into like an updo to some amount.
And then you have little fangs.
Yes, the fangs! You only really see it when she has her hair in like a braid or something.
And then she has little bat ears.
Yes!
Nadja out here with give me the bat silhouette.
She literally has her side bangs around her face that frame her face are little fang shapes.
It's adorable.
It's really, really cute. Nobody is more devoted to the fucking aesthetic than my girl, which makes a lot of sense to me because probably the first time she was ever able to like indulge in fashion or like go after specific looks is as a vampire. Presumably that's when she left her home village, her home island. Which, God, I loved when she was talking about, like, once the rubbish man came to our village and we were all so excited, and Laszlo's sitting there just like,
Yeah, we all danced and got her to sign garbage, and Lowe's just,
my dog, like clearly he's not gonna say anything because, like, he's not gonna point out that her happy memory is a giant bummer. But it cracks me up because it's the same face that all the audience members make whenever, like, anyone on this show mentions their backstory.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
the
yeah.
fact that the camera crew had to watch Laszlo boxing Guillermo?
They couldn't
Yeah.
do anything about that. They
You
can't
break
do
the
anything
cardinal
about that.
rule.
No, even besides that, what the fuck are they gonna do about the flash-stepping super strong vampire, precisely?
I'm pretty sure they, like, straight up can't even tell, like, Guillermo or Nandor where one another are. Benry is coming down. Benry the
Oh, that's
poster
frightening.
is coming down. He's going to fall.
That's scary.
So sad. Oh. Okay.
What was I going to say? Side note, I have a headcanon that all of the camera crew at this point also are not human. I like to think that one of the camera guys is just made out of 4 different dead camera guys at this point, like
Fuck.
Revenant style.
God.
One of the sound guys is just a ghost at this point because he just wants to finish the fucking documentary.
The way he lets
The
Nacho
way
go- Yes.
Yes! That the Rat Pack, when he's like, wait, darling, I don't think that was the... Never mind, actually, never mind.
Frank Sinatra, I don't recall you being Chinese. Ring-a-ding-ding. I stand corrected. Fucking great.
Hold on, why do y'all think that the camera crew knew where Guillermo went? Those moments were simultaneous. There's 2 camera crews. It's canonical that there's a camera too. We cannot get into the meta of, oh, the camera crew should have told them, because we wouldn't have a show if they did that. And there's multiple groups of them all filming stuff at the same time. He was getting, like... I don't think they could do that. Also, shut up. We all have to get by with the concept not making sense sometimes. Otherwise the show doesn't work.
Literally, The Office had an arc that everyone hated where a camera person got involved.
Oh my god, where the stupid sound guy was...
Yeah.
When, oh, we have to... I don't even watch The Office and I know about that stupid arc.
So you don't want that to happen.
No. Though I will note, for this finale, something that I really loved is how often Guillermo broke the show format.
Yes, I love
Because of
that.
how fucking frantic he was, like, shooing the camera guy out of the room earlier to have the, like, pissy fight about it, and then just, like, fully interrupting Naja's, like, whole camera interview moment.
Yes.
Jealous of the camera guy who went with Guillermo to do the soil quest? Yeah, that was pretty cute. Well, hold on, wasn't he recording
that was Guillermo
himself?
on a hand cam.
Yeah. He brought his own camera with him. It was cute. Which, I do love the cruelty of whoever the fictional editor of the in-show footage is for keeping the shot of him trying to do an English accent.
Yes, the most evil
Hello,
thing Guillermo's
I'm in
ever
jolly
done.
old England. Nope, that was bad. Nope. I just like to think that the camera crew at this point are all undead too, because they've been through a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only time we've seen them directly outside of, like, okay, so the Baron ate a sound dude really early on, and then we get a shot of them trapped in the well after everybody else gets out of the well.
Yeah.
And then I think we might have lost a whole ass dude to the 70s house vampires.
Yes.
You know what I keep being curious about with that? Guillermo didn't kill everyone in that house.
Yep.
But during the trial, they say outright that the whole family was slaughtered.
And Derek got turned.
Yeah, Derek got turned in there. So that implies that something happened to that house after Derek got out? and before the trial, that also wasn't Guillermo's fault. And hey, you know who did survive that night? The rest of the hunters. I don't know if it's ever going to come up in the show again, but I do wonder if, like, I don't know, let's say like season 5 or something, if the Mosquito Hunting Club might ever make a comeback.
Be pretty cool.
Side note, please bring Jenna back and have her have a cute butch haircut and a cool jacket.
She got scooped for a Monica Lewinsky role.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh well. Bring her back for one episode. I just think she should have a cute butch haircut.
Yeah, agree. I hope Derek comes back for season 4. He's so cute. He is cute.
Yeah.
I love in particular Laszlo giving him an outfit that has the black shades and the top hat and the proper cloak and everything. With his
Yeah, he
face.
gets him like the better version of the outfit he tried to assemble from Hot Topic. Oh my god. What if Derek has to babysit for him?
Oh my god.
Because Laszlo's his, like, adopted sire now, basically, right? He's like
Ah.
his legal sire, his god sire, kind of. Just gets summoned and is so excited because his dark master has summoned. It's a babysitting gig. It's a babysitting gig. It's a
God.
babysitting gig. I think it would be funny if Derek had to help with the world's worst baby.
Yeah, Derek's little
God.
outfit is cute.
It's really cute. I love the Derek's like total like petulance during his court scene too. Like, well, maybe I'm just fucked up now. Like,
Yeah.
honey, oh buddy.
Maybe I'm twisted and evil.
Like, oh boy. It's especially funny because like, I really enjoy that it's apparently specifically against the code of vampires to go after what they say is people sleeping on park benches. I literally take that as, don't hunt homeless people. Come on. Come on. Hunt people who fuck with homeless people. That's praxis.
Please.
It's a nice touch in all of that. Like, yeah, you don't steal blood from blood banks, but you also don't do that. Come on, fuck off. It's Laszlo just like, listen, it's the basic rule of don't be a dick about it. They just took Derek's dog. Listen, Derek's a good kid, but I don't know if he was really, like, ready to be responsible for a hellhound.
Yeah.
And out on, like, the Gumtree, like, house, they got so much room to run around and chase squirrels, and y'all know how hard it is to find an apartment that's even cool with dogs, even with vampiric mind control.
Yeah.
Like, can't mind control it. Well, you probably could mind control an apartment into mysteriously clearing up. But Lisa's, man, listen. God, he gets to visit on weekend. That would actually be cute. That would actually be really cute. He goes out to the sire of all sires in the Baron's house, and like he does like it's like check-in visits type of stuff where like he can run and go like get like groceries or like help tidy up a little bit for them. It's nice to have a young person around the house to help out. We do know the Baron always wanted kids. Yeah, the Baron always wanted kids. The Baron should get to meet the baby. I'm right though. Which, side note, something I love so much about Laszlo is I feel like he did the mental calculus of like, if I tell Naja what's going on, she might decide not to go. Because either she'd decide not to go, or we'd have a big fight about this, and she'd leave hating me.
Mm-hmm.
And is it a cowardly move for him to just avoid that fight? Yes. But remember, he's canonically a coward.
Yep.
That's just outright, literally true. And I just love that he clearly made the, like, off-the-cuff decision of, like, I'm just not going to tell her. I'm just going to take care of this myself. I'll send someone with her who I know will be able to look after her, and nothing else about the situation matters. Which is pretty sweet, because that kind of, well, it's sweet in a you asshole way, but
Mm-hmm.
it kind of implies that as soon as there's like a helpless baby in the room, that baby immediately slots in over Nandor in the priorities list.
Yeah.
Which I really wonder if the resolution of all of this stuff could wind up giving us, like, Nandor outright confronting him for being a really shitty friend.
Oh.
Because he kind of is, very specifically to Nandor.
Yeah.
He outright says behind his back in Season 1 that he thinks he's an idiot, and implies the only reason that he doesn't say that kind of stuff more to him is because he's scared of him.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't take him seriously. He acts like he's a big, goofy oaf. And even though he loves romance and everything, like, he never really, like, even when Nandor asked specifically for his help for something romantic, admittedly, in that episode, we find out later he's, like, fixated on the fact that Colin Robinson is gonna die,
Mm-hmm.
and all those books he was reading was probably to do with that. He still blows it off and passes the task off to Colin Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bad friend. And that's okay in some ways, because he's a vampire. They're all vampires. The limits of their friendship are pretty cold, I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
I always crack up at Nausea being like, "You are a vampire I have known for some time. Goodbye."
Yeah.
But at the very least, like, I don't know. Nausea at least has the decency to, like, fight with Nandor about stuff, to, like, push and pull with him, to both want the same thing and fight about it and try to compromise and backstab each other.
Mm-hmm.
As much as, like, vampires can be, I think there's kind of an affection in that, and they specifically have a very cute, kind of sibling-ish relationship that way that I'm very fond of. And
Yeah.
Laszlo's behavior is, I want to be clear, all in character. When I talk about this shit, I'm not like, so it's bad writing. But in character, it would be very fun to see, like, the amount of kind of disrespect he has for what's important to Nando. Yo, thank you for the follow, Jokey. It'd be fun to see, like, this ultimate culmination of, like, you do not respect what's important to me, you don't respect what's mine, you've never respected that Guillermo is my familiar.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be fun to see that come to a head next season.
Personally, I want to see Nandor get in a fight with Laszlo over what he did to Guillermo. I know Nandor probably won't, but I would like him to.
I think he should. You know what? I no longer feel like I don't think there's any reason to think he wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I really think at this point the show's, like, I want to think that it's not going to just go that, like, oh, Nandor blames Guillermo for this and it never gets corrected, because, I don't know, it's not that interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty good if they're sitcom comedies of errors. I feel like it more often than not gets, like, because also, the letter, the stupid physical letter he writes Nausea, where he says outright what he did,
Mm-hmm.
exists. Ugh. Adrian says, I'd love a Diary of a Wimpy Kid-esque type sequence of don't call me, don't come by the house, we're done type breakup. Yeah, ugh. I admit I get a little bit in my feelings about it too, because, like, I just think a lot about the fact that these two vampires are the vampires that Nandor left Europe with.
Yep.
And maybe vampire relationships are a little bit chilly, and they're all emotionally constipated, and they don't know how to deal with loss, and clearly it's kind of normal for vampires to just drift apart eventually. But these are still the people he spent like 200 to 300 years with. We don't know how long they knew each other in Europe. Like, I guess there's a hard cutoff point with Laszlo being around, but to that point, it's possible he's known Laszlo the entire time Laszlo has been a vampire. And he still did him like this. I really hope they don't all split up in the end of the show. Of course not! That'd be a huge bummer of a way for a comedy show to end. Like, I don't think it'll end the show with them all, like, back in the house, like, super normal necessarily, but there'll be something. It won't just be like, and then they all drift away on the winds. The end. Nah, don't worry about that. As much as the show can be heartbreaking, I caution people against deciding what the saddest possible thing to happen would be, and then believing to yourself that that's what's gonna happen, because that's what makes people go slightly crazy in fandoms, from my experience.
Oh, yeah.
Source: I lived through Homestuck, Steven Universe, and fucking the Mick Elroy special D&D Power Hour show during the Dramatic Wonderland arc.
Oh, God.
Every time people go like, and in the next episode, they're gonna lose an arm, and Taco's gonna die, and oh my god, I can't believe they're gonna do this, and it was fine. It was fine. It was the same show it had always been, but people got, like, whipped up into weird I'm not accusing anyone of this behavior. I'm just a fandom old sitting here like, I've been through this before. Ugh, Homestuck was the worst. Homestuck was a unique beast. I'm not getting into it, but it was the worst. It was also just the most. Every now and then I still remember the time that we fucking 360 no-scoped each other's favorite trolls back in the day, and I think that is when the pact was sealed.
Back in the day, bro, that was like 4 months ago. Back in the day.
It was longer. In our fucking 1 year of
Back
streaming!
in the day.
How do you want me to fucking recount something that happened 6 months ago in the year of our fucking Lucifer 2021?
Remember, if you want to join this stream, we're taking donations for $10.
Thanks. I'm glad you made fun of me and then made fun of the show for having that happen.
What? No. No.
I was saying that I liked that moment we had as friends.
I did too.
Anyway, so 1 week ago when we 360 no-scoped each other, yesterday, 2 hours from now,
Uh-huh.
as if I understand the passage of time. Anyway, side note on that, Vampire's sense of time always kills me on this show. Just, Nandor, my dude.
Nandor's not gonna live to 130. Get a move on, motor, come on.
Nandor was never more going through it than when he was like, I will take a nap for 100 years and then Guillermo will be there still.
Yeah.
Just the level of not really thinking about it. My man out here trying to do a really dramatic depression nap.
God. But Guillermo will still be there, so it's fine.
Uh-huh. I wonder if Nandor's ever done a super slumber before. We literally have no evidence either way there, but I'm like, oh man, my dude, you've been around for 700 years. Your internal clock's broken now, huh? I don't think Nandor's hair being long again after the cult episode was... You could interpret it as vampire hair grows back fast. I take it to mean he was in that cage for at least, like, 2 months.
Yeah.
Personally speaking, as a human, my hair grows back really fast,
Yeah,
and I have a
same.
lot of hair. Please
Same.
save me. Please, God help me.
Help, help,
I
help.
I have to shave my back and sides so often. Ugh, I love the Nausea doll.
Yeah.
With
Such a bitch. I love her.
She is. I also really love that this episode with like Nausyea's like issue about wanting to go to Britain and everything is like wanting to do something with her life. Is like, oh yeah, that's right. That's why her ghost is still around, because
Mhm.
she was frustrated that she never got to like do something with her life, and now as a vampire she kind of still hasn't. She. Mhm.
Oh no, I was laughing.
Oh, sorry,
You're right.
Like, just the sense of like, oh well, like she wanted to do something, and then like, sure, she's had a lot of fun as a vampire, but clearly whatever she's done hasn't quite satisfied her yet, because it hasn't satisfied her ghost, which I always find very charming. Which also Nandor's ghost, I'm still very like, I'm just gonna lay down here for a second. Just all he wanted was his horse. That's it. That's it. That's it. The man ruled an empire, and his one last regret as he died was, I miss my horse, who was the one person I truly trusted and loved, who I had to eat to survive. Nandor, you're like good. Jahan. Ugh. Which I still think more than one should about the fact that out of all of them, Nandor died in his full armor. Like, on the battlefield. By the way, I have a new dumb theory about his bite. Well, not a dumb theory. It's a dramatic headcanon. Guillermo almost stabbing Jahan's portrait. Oh, no, he didn't almost stab Jahan's portrait. He precisely stabbed Nandor through the heart in the portrait, because that's what he does, and he did it on purpose because he's a brat and I love him.
Smile.
He aimed on purpose. That was flirting. Kind of. It was Nandor's type of flirting anyway.
It was working. Whatever it was he was doing, it was working.
I want to know who sired Nandor.
Me too, man.
I do too. Not because I think it'll be like a recognizable vampire, but because all evidence indicates that Nandor might have been turned during a battle. And I have a personal theory, headcanon, one day they'll prove me wrong probably, but the headcanon that I like to work with is that Nandor wasn't meant to be turned. A vampire was trying to kill him, and he won. Kind of. Particularly my theory. He bit back. Partially because I also think, like, his experience with being turned after that was so brutal. Like, it's very clear he didn't really know what was happening. It caused all of his wives to leave him, and then we know that he left the country because he was chased out by peasants, which it's not a good sign that he specified peasants too. Kind of implies he wasn't exactly in his palace or anything anymore, which makes sense because part of the process of becoming the vampire is at one point you die pretty much outright. And I have a concept now that maybe where his bite mark is the back of the neck. Like, over the spine. Under his hair. And all of those big collars he wears. The only hiccup in that is that I'm pretty sure the type of helmet he was wearing has a cover for the back of the neck, but it wouldn't be hard to get a helmet off of him. God, Nandor accidentally drinks vampire blood when trying to lick his sword dramatically.
Oh, that's cool.
I kind of like that. I kind of
too.
like
I
that
do
too.
too.
I had the idea that what happened is that the vampire who bit him, like, put their hand, like, grabbed him to, like, try and gloat, and he just bit their fucking hand. Took a finger or two with him.
Why not? A little souvenir.
Because I'm a big drama nerd, and I do love the idea that, like, secretly or semi-secretly he knows he wasn't meant to be a vampire, or wasn't intended to be a vampire, it was like an accident, and just, ugh. Considering also that, like, how much him turning Guillermo is like, we're gonna go to a special, important place, and it's going to be this special, important moment. And you're gonna know, like, how deliberate it is, and how much someone wanted you to be a vampire. In contrast to the idea of Nandor, like, not knowing what's happening and someone just murdering him. Also, I do agree that Nandor getting turned through a zero brain cells warlord ass move is perfect, basically.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's Nandor and Guillermo on their fun little trip they went on.
We do like to see that. Trying to think, there's something else. I guess. Okay. So, at the point when Nandor would have ruled Al-Khaladar. Also, apologies if I get the pronunciation badly. I think they pronounce it like 3 different ways in the show, and no source online can agree on how it's spelled. So, fun. During that time, historically IRL, it's actually, the area was united under like a multi-state kind of thing. And I used to be of like, okay, well maybe like Al-Khaladar was itself a small nation that simply like refused to be a part of that. And now I'm starting to wonder if that was that. If in like the history of this show, Al-Khaladar was big. Cause the banks of the Tigris, huh? The banks of the Tigris, huh? Ooh. Add permitted term, lick his sword, listen. Listen. It's allowed. It's allowed. I swear to God, I think Guillermo said that specifically to try and turn off brain cells. Fucking flirt. Eventually, Guillermo is slowly realizing he's hot, and we should all feel worried about that.
I think it's good for him.
Yes, the craft gremlin, you get it. With Jenna's whole process of turning and how it went down, there's so much potential for Nandor taking care of Guillermo through his transition, the tenderness. It's literally a hurt fucking comfort scenario in this continuity.
Yes.
You literally get, like, just a super bad flu. Like, because that's what kills me about the way he describes it, is like, okay, and then y'all take him back to the hotel and tenderly nurse him through the traumatic process of being turned? Huh? Is that the plan here, my man? Are you gonna take him out hunting for the very first time within your homeland? I see. I see.
Cute.
The sick fic potential. It is the ultimate sick fic potential.
Exactly.
Which, I admit that since, like, I first started getting into this show, I've been thinking about, like, how in Jenna's episode, like, her reflection starts to become weird before it vanishes entirely. And I've just been thinking of, like, Guillermo, like, kind of feverish, watching his reflection just, like, waving languidly to it. Just bye.
Which I kind of love. Like, Guillermo's mentioned a few times about being raised heavily Catholic.
Yup.
As a person who grew up in a Catholic family that on some sides is heavily Catholic, but I lucked out and ended up on the cool side. That can be tough for a gay person.
A little bit.
You kind of get into the mentality of, well, I'm going to hell no matter what, I guess. So
Love the sin, not the sinner.
yeah, so you can kind of get why
Scratch
Guillermo's
that and
like,
reverse it.
Guillermo's like, Well, if I get separated from my soul, that's the other guy's problem. So, vampire meat,
It's
please, thanks.
there's a lot to be said about, like, we've talked about this before, but like being a gay kid and like, okay, so there's this other kind of, it's, I compare it a lot to like how a lot of gay people in our generation got really into like villains and like villain aesthetics as kids, because that's where all the gay coded characters were when we were kids.
Exactly.
Like in the aughts and the 90s, it was still pretty much all, if you want to get the woo, I'm a femi 1990s anime boy, and I'm just so slightly feminine, but I've got an interesting lilty voice and might even cross-dress, but I'm so confident and sure of what I am. And listen,
Listen.
if you grow up and you already know you are gay or effeminate or trans or whatever kind of your deal is, and you go, okay.
You start saying, when I was around 10 or 11, I realized, and gets cut off. It's like, so, yeah, growing up specifically knowing this.
Yes, which, like, oh no, he figured. There's something like so heart-wrenching about the like figuring it out when you're 10, because like, we do like to assume that his mom is cool, because I got some faith in the showrunners, and I don't want him to have a shitty homophobic mom, because fuck that. That's a narrative that's been explored plenty. But even if your parents are cool, if you grow up in that, even if you don't grow up in that kind of environment, it's very scary, because lots of other kids' parents were cool and loving until, well, how can you really know for sure, you know?
Yeah.
And
Vegeta, that's exactly the same. Like, I have that specific problem, actually, with certain aspects of myself. Haha.
Yep. I'm lucky enough to be from a very heathen-ass family, so I am my family's gay trans cousin, basically. And I'll hold that fucking shield for, like, the rest of my goddamn... I'm gonna be the gay trans fucking uncle going on forward, because I'm lucky enough to be in a situation where I can do that safely, and where I can be extremely out and very, like, clearly what I am, and I don't know, if that makes even a little bit of a difference for somebody, it's gotta mean something, and also, I don't talk to most of those motherfuckers most of the time anyway, so whatever.
You know, that's a good point.
It helps. So, sometimes it's good enough to just be like, oh yeah, well, you know, Frankie's trans, so... But yeah, with, like, Guillermo, like, the appeal of, like, okay, so vampires are coded very gay, and they're evil, but also they're, like, ungovernable by God, and they're already, like, this obscenity to, like, specifically opposed to the church, and they're outside of that power structure and already damned, but you also get to be powerful and beautiful and live forever and be exactly what you are, and kiss boys, and it's also, like, I think it's not uncommon for when you're, like, a younger gay or trans person to kind of think of the idea of, like, a specific thing that'll let you start being what you are. Like, I'll go to college, or I'll move out, or X or Y thing will happen. Like, to be a little bit personal with y'all, when I was a teen, I probably could have gotten on hormones, but I'd convinced myself that I had to wait until I wasn't fat. Because there was always a lot of weird stuff around of like, oh, well, you know, if you're unhealthy, but it's bullshit, by the way. Just get on hormones. It's fucking fine. If anything, being on hormones often makes it, like, easier to deal with whatever your situation is. If you're in a position to, and it's what you want, get on that good shit, if you can. It's a giant pain in the ass. Sorry. But, like, to me it makes a lot of sense that Guillermo's like, I will become a vampire, and then I can be whatever I want to be. I can be exactly me. I can be the thing that I want to be. And, like, I kind of dig that a lot of the season going through has been like, he can just do that. He doesn't have to wait for someone's permission. And I kind of like that what Nandor did was like pushing him into admitting that a little bit, that he's already this person.
Yeah. Yeah. Big agree.
Which I definitely am not very emotional about, like, oh, so he wanted to travel together with him in Europe, huh? Where they'd be traveling by themselves and not in vampire like contexts of like what's right or proper and by themselves. And you know how like Laszlo and Naja have traveled from place to place but stayed together, and
Mm-hmm.
like a way to kind of find out what you're like together outside of that very strict kind of thing, and show
Again,
Guillermo the world.
I
And
think Nandor should get to fight Laszlo just once.
I think he should get to punch Laszlo a little.
I think,
I think he should get to grab him and throw him at a wall.
yeah.
I really love how the show is a horror comedy with compelling character and silly and funny.
Mhm.
Honestly, I think you can get away with this shit in a comedy much easier.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know if I'd be interested in the straight drama version of this show.
same.
He didn't even get to stay in Atlantic City with Nandor. Ugh. God, you're so
you're
right.
Hang on,
He didn't,
yeah.
he didn't even really get to, like, he was there for, like, one night. Ugh. Which, ooh, side note entirely, but I really love the lighting in this show. Because I'm just thinking of, like, in the Atlantic City episode, in the shot when he's, like, about to, like, be sent out and everything, and there's that, like, really great, like, orange sunlight through the curtains kind of lighting in the room. Oh.
Oh,
And in this episode, the shot in the beginning where, Guillermo is getting his, like, his one-on-one with the great fucking, and also, I fucking deserve it line, which fucking
yes.
kills
Oh my
me.
god, and also I deserve it. Like,
And also, haha, now that I say it out loud, I know how it sounds, but no, I really do think. Also, I deserve it.
yeah,
Fucking
like,
kills me, kills me, kills me, kills me, kills me. And just the lighting of the stained glass centered behind him, and he's in this like dim little space with like I noticed like a skull to the side of him and like some random
and the
bones.
bears, the taxidermy bears, I think that's Nandor's study.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
Because Nandor has the taxidermy bears on either side of his desk
He
by the
does.
fireplace.
He does. We've been trying to plot out the rooms in the house, and it's
fun. It's a fun little mystery.
tricky.
We need,
It's
they-
an. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say that as of this episode, I'm finally directly clear on the idea that Nandor's fucking bedroom is on the first floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Guillermo goes down the stairs where they're getting their paintings done, and he goes into the hallway
Oh, yeah, no,
that's between the stairs.
Yeah.
I thought it was upstairs.
You did?
Yes!
Why? All their bedrooms outside of Colin Robinson are on the first floor.
Yeah, well, I don't got spatial reasoning, so...
Alright.
Yeah, see, look. Adrian says, I didn't realize until really recently I thought Guillermo's closet was, like, downstairs, not in the front room under the stairs. We're out here,
I see.
not understanding
I see.
spatial reasoning.
I see.
You out here with your visual memory.
Listen.
Okay, so the study is upstairs, but then what's behind the left and right sides of the stairs?
The right side is like, you mean under? Or on...
There's hallways, like, on the other side of those, right?
Okay, so here's the stairway.
Mm-hmm.
And then Guillermo's room is over here. There's...
Well, it's two stairs on either side of, like, the hallway.
Guillermo's room is under this one on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's nothing under here, I guess probably a hall closet. Over here is their fancy meeting room. Here's the front door right here. Over here somewhere is Laszlo's little study. Over here is that scene you get sometimes where there's like the sword and the candles where Colin Robinson will do one-on-ones a lot in the big comfy chair. That's in that corner. Over here is the library, which is the general study. Library. Keep in mind this is all a soundstage and not a real place. And
yeah,
then,
that's part of why it's a non-Euclidean space, in my opinion.
Yeah. Then
Because I don't think they're actually keeping track.
Through the door here, you go down the hall. So let's through the door here. Down the hall. On the left, about the middle, is Nandor's room. On the right...
There's rooms to either side, too, which is interesting.
And there's rooms at the end of the hall. I know one of them goes down into the basement, but also there's a basement door somewhere over here, too.
And I think the dining room hall, which might have been a different room that they just redecorated, that the, like, feast happened in, the blood feast, was, like, upstairs,
Yeah.
I think.
That room, I see it, sometimes it's purposed as a downstairs room in the backgrounds too, because they have musical instruments on it, and so you can spot it pretty quick by like, okay, there's a giant lute. But, yeah, so there is somewhere upstairs that's towards where the stairs are, because you see the guests going downstairs from it, is the, dining room. And also...
I think where stuff in this room, in this house, moves around a little bit.
Yeah, and also there is a room we haven't seen, the nice blue room upstairs.
That's true, we've actually never seen the nice blue room, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I have a pet theory that there might have been a vampire in the house before Guillermo got there, who might have used to have that room before it was a guest room. Now that we know that if a vampire dies, they get erased from things.
Oh.
Right? Like, obviously the problem with a theory like this is that it's, like, unprovable, but I also have a slight theory that maybe that's why they left Europe in the first place. Because I've always been of the opinion... Well, okay, the stated reason in show why they left Europe was, like, because it was just getting a little bit difficult to be a vampire in Europe at the time, so they bailed, but also we now know that if it was something like that, they would never ever talk about it, so... Which, side note, I do love Guillermo trying to get everybody to talk about Colin Robinson and just girl bossing.
Yes.
It felt like almost the last vestige of Guillermo being like, I'm the nice, caring, emotionally supportive human. And it's like, are you? Are you, though?
Are you?
Because as soon as it turned out you're getting what you want, you ain't said one last word about Colin Robinson. The Baron gave the order to take over the New World, but they all forgot that that was an order that had been given to them because it was issued to them mid-coitus. Canonically, the reason they gave is because Europe was too rough. I think they were gonna go anyways, and the Baron was like, conquer the New World!
Paper fire time? Thanks for hanging
See you
out.
around, Paper Fire Time. I don't think that they sat down and went like, we shall go to the New World to conquer it because the Baron told us so. It was like, did the Baron say something to you while he was eating you out? Hey, Europe's kind of a bummer right now, huh? Yeah, Guillermo doesn't need to fix everything, and it's kind of a lost cause with vampires, and also, let's be real, he mostly just cares a lot about Nandor.
Yeah.
I do think he's got a 20-year plan to try and deal with Nandor's deep-seated emotional trauma, but it's more of a private thing.
Step 1, turn into a vampire. Step 2, fix Nandor. It's fine.
Emotionally. He's gonna make him worse as a person otherwise.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Guillermo is the epitome of the, oh, you can fix him, huh? I can make him worse.
There was one post on Tumblr I saw that was an edit over Guillermo. It's like, you want to fix him? I want to make him worse. I want to help him kill people. I like him messed up, actually.
Honestly, to be at this point, I think technically it's also Nandor.
Yeah, admittedly.
Pretty mutual.
It's romantic.
It is. I can't leave my mom and family in here. I'll make you a vampire. Hurry up and pack. Yeah.
Yeah.
That did. I'm still thinking a lot about his, like, initial, like, pissiness about it. It's very interesting. And it's... I wonder if Nandor, like, deciding to push him about it was after Guillermo, like, was started. I think he was always going to.
Mm-hmm.
I think pushing him always involved first going, "You're not coming with me." That's my take, anyways. Side note, I also think that the guide probably knew what Nandor was doing, because I think Nandor was being like, okay, I actually need, like, 2 tickets for all of this, hopefully,
I think...
cross my fingers.
The idea of Nandor, like, come along with me! Oh, I only have 1 train ticket. Oopsie.
Yeah, no, like, well, also it explained, like, part of why he called the guide in is, like, partially to put more fire under it, but also, like, hey, I need to plan this without Guillermo knowing, and I can't make these... I can't call trained people myself. Which, I just like the idea of the guide just fucking, like, in the background of the show, just like, oh, I see, okay. It's fun. Get to plan a secret surprise honeymoon trip, you know? The guide is so important, honestly. God, her fucking reaction when she found out that Naja got offered a place on the World Council.
Oh my god, just bright eyes, grinning.
Shocked, though.
What?
I read it out as shocked and like, what the fuck do you mean?
Exactly. She had to keep up the customer service face.
God, yeah, just... This fucking disaster that's come into her life has been promoted higher.
It's so
and Vegeta
cool.
says... Vegeta says that the reason Guillermo said no is because he thought the idea was just another way to avoid his feelings. That's true.
Oh yeah.
He did outright say that, which... And yes, this is the best song.
Yeah, agree.
That Bowser jams are always good. The guy does kind of deserve to run the local council. Oh yeah, I wonder who'll be taking care of the Staten Island kind of... Derek? That'd be very funny.
That would be.
I think Derek should just get unaccounted for responsibility because it would amuse me.
I think that would be good for Derek.
It would be. Which, side note, how many of us all were really worried that they were gonna, like, last minute have Nandor and the guide hook up during that scene? Because I spent the whole time just like, no. They're not gonna, right? They're not gonna do the sudden, like, haha! See, actually, Nandor is so straight for this girl! And, like...
Yeah, I was very worried about that.
I think we all spent the episode waiting for the weird, like, haha, nope.
You're like a brother to me, Guillermo.
God, yeah. Isn't our male friendship beautiful?
Our male friendship is so rare and beautiful, Guillermo. Come platonically on a train trip with me.
Guillermo goes to super hell.
Yeah, I'm a team, Nandor.
God, shut up! Yeah, which... just on that subject for a hot second, I feel like the one thing about this show that I keep having to remind myself is, like, I don't think it can possibly be queerbaiting after having all of your characters openly more, like, the only character who technically hasn't outright said, out loud, I like men and women, or, like, I like men, is Guillermo. And every time any woman has shown any romantic, like, I've seen people with bi and pan Guillermo headcanons. That's cool. Love that for you. every time a woman's ever shown romantic interest in him, even to the point of like throwing herself at him, he's like been leaning back out of the scene.
Yeah, remember in the familiar mixer?
Oh my god, that's literally what I'm thinking of, where that poor girl is like, hey, you know, if you, my master lets me use the car, so like if you need to get driven anywhere, or don't even have to do anything, or... Christ. Yeah, I think
Cries,
Guillermo's
crab with a
outright
knife.
gay.
I will say
Sorry, Guillermo, if this looks gay to the viewer.
my one thing is occasionally I am like, but Laszlo, Nadja, Guillermo, Nandor. I'm thinking about it.
Well, gonna be
A
I
little
was very
challenging
sold.
now. Laszlo's gonna
Last
have to
episode
real
it
make
seemed
up
more of
for
a
it.
clear road.
Yeah.
Just saying, the way I see Guillermo and Najo is like, I have a hard time seeing those two specifically ever being very romantic with each other or like getting up to much, but I could see them doing each other's lipstick.
Oh, that would be cute.
That's not nothing. That's not nothing. Laszlo will be sleeping in the coffin in the basement, and he's getting put in the fucking cage with like a crib.
Good for him.
And then, honestly, I think Guillermo. Okay. I love Guillermo being gay because, from what we can see, he might just have kind of a thing for big hunky himbos, and I kind of say good for him.
Good for him.
Especially because, like, I like that he's a fat and not very tall dude, you know? And he's not being paired off with, like, this is a weird thing to point out, but y'all ever notice that in, like, gay canon couples, you either get the, like, little, thin, effeminate man, and then the fat, effeminate man, which, nothing against it. I'm in a very effeminate type-ass person relationship myself, but the specific, like, or both characters are fat, or both characters are just, like, big, broad, funny dudes who aren't really, they're non-sexually funny big dudes kind of stuff. Like, I like that Nandor is big and hot and hunky, and his love interest is this rad little cool as fuck fat dude.
Yeah, agree. Who can fight like a motherfucker.
Also, I will actually say he has been hit on by one dude. I think that the vampire who was all like, oh, in the club, in that one, like, early episode in the New York club thing. What, you're a tasty little snack, aren't you? Like, Which I especially love because Nandor's, like, goofy, like, passive-aggressive little, like, oh, well, if you're going to, then don't let me... I get... It's very much like, oh, well, if the person I'm interested in wants to go make out with this other person, then... whatever. Fucking... I love that one. I love that Guillermo, like, stalks out after that, and it's just very cute.
It is punching the fucking metal wall thing as he's going to. So cute. So cute. The Baron's back in the arms of the big strong boy. Yes, but also remember the Baron was like, oh, I never had children, and they have the we could be your children line, so it probably is the Baron just like, oh, my wonderful grandson Guillermo.
Okay, hold on though. Pause. He's also canonically fucked Laszlo though.
Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah, I think he was flirting with him.
Okay,
he likes fat boys.
That's right, he's fucked Laszlo and
The Baron...
That's right.
The Baron might, like... I feel like the Baron used to suck, and now he's mellowed out after being buried in soil for a couple of months. But, the taste is good. The taste is good. The man's got taste.
My bad. Yeah. Please let me have
I mean,
canonically fat gay man in a relationship with another major character of the show.
Yes.
Yes. And
yes.
Nandor's kind of chubby too. It makes me very happy.
Oh my god, he sure is. Listen, the whole Cloak of Duplication episode might have been, like, once again, a real skeleton scraper of an episode. But also, even at the time when I was like, oh no, is this like when they're gonna, like, make him be super straight to, like, I've been worried about this the whole season.
Yeah, same.
But I'm also like, on the other hand, he's shirtlessly lifting weights. So go on.
I'm listening. I'm cautiously listening.
Also, Vegeta says, please let me have this canonically fat gay man in a relationship with another major character of the show, instead of just being paired off with some random that gets brought on for this purpose alone. Yes! Oh my god!
I was a little afraid that's what was gonna happen with Derek, to be honest.
I was a little afraid too, and like, I'm glad people liked him a lot and wanted him to, like, be there more. And if people want to ship him with Guillermo, that's great and all, but it did make me very nervous.
Like, seeing Guillermo would be cute, but it would suck to have a character come on just for the sake of, and now Guillermo's with someone else.
Yeah, that's way too often how gay characters, especially on like comedy shows, get treated. As like some off-camera gay character will get introduced, or like even weirder is like well, an established pairing is great, but when so much of gay rep in fiction is, and these two are already married, and maybe they have a kid that they've already adopted, and it's a little bit like, alright, yeah, it's the to be a little bit blunt, the like sexless, cute, straight, approved kind of model of gayness, where you're just so cute. So cute! I like that Nandor and Guillermo both suck and are violent and doofy and do bad stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad we are not in the dark times of Modern Family, I'll say.
Yeah. I even kind of like that show, but ugh.
Yeah, same. You look back and you're like,
it sucks when it's the...
man.
It sucks when it's the only thing available, and it's like, alright, so y'all just, like, watched gay bits from the 1970s, huh?
Cool,
Okay,
cool,
okay,
cool.
okay. If you don't do better than Mel Brooks... I don't watch many things, but in the rep of bisexual characters, often their on-screen romance is mostly on the side of being in a straight romance. I don't know if I've even seen enough bisexual characters on TV to judge that for sure or not. Sadly, that Copperganda Brooklyn Nine-Nine show had one of the better bisexual characters kind of going, but that's because, listen, Rosa, listen.
This is good, yeah.
Is she a cop? Yes, but listen, shut up. Shut up.
I think I do. I have seen a lot of that, though, what BGD is talking about. Where it's like,
yeah,
I
I believe it.
And then, like...
And it's like a, ooh, fun, flirty, kind of.
Yeah.
Or like, what always bugged me on like How I Met Your Mother, where like a girl character can like obviously have the hots for a girl character, but they don't get to like be bi or have it ever like matter.
Yeah.
It's just like, haha, it is as if she has a thing for another girl, haha. Anyways. It's really nice too that like, I don't know. So many of the characters on this show being bi, and it's very weird to say that it's not predatory, because Laz is a big, goofy, bisexual horn dog, but, like, it's just really written that way, you know? It's not like he's like, ooh, look at these tasty men, I'm going to very intensely flirt with them while they are hilariously embarrassed or bothered by it openly, and they have to make jokes about how not gay they are, and so it's like, nah, he's a main character. And him and Nandor fucked that one time. That we know of. Wait, hold on. Canonically, they are about to go and mess around, and then in the witch episode...
If you're still accepting Doodle donations, Nandor
thank you!
Their version of a romantic date night, please.
Thank you, Overnight Mask, we are, thank you!
Hey!
Let's see, hang on. If you're still accepting donations, Nandor and Guillermo, their version of a romantic date night, please. Absolutely.
Oh, that'd be cute.
And I'll do it. Frankie, what do you think they would do?
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Well, this wouldn't be good for a stream, but I've been thinking a lot about their, like, European trip, and thinking about them, like, breaking into museums to just go walk around in them at night when there's no sun or crowds or anything would be cute. That's not... I don't know if that'd be good for drawing from.
We'll see.
But with them being romantic, I feel like they'd try to hold hands in public and both internally combust, for one thing. Oh, yeah, also just on our previous conversation, Matastrophic says, makes you remember Laszlo upon realizing his human friend, that's Sean, wasn't about to confess being interested in and backed off and respected that. Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of that scene.
That was improv.
Yes,
Matt
which is super
Berry.
cute.
Yeah.
And I really love the way that that Sean winds up handling that, because I love that his response is like, "Yeah, I'm not like that. My cousin is." Like, full on, like, "Sorry, no, but it's great, cool, awesome." Like, aw, it's nice, you know?
Yeah.
Like, very casual.
It is.
Romantic date. I'm just drawing them fighting.
No.
I mean, to be fair,
This is
you're not
this
wrong.
is the end of a sequence.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're doing, Also, though, let's be honest. Romantic date ooh. What? Okay, consider, though, getting Guillermo some new clothes.
Oh.
Getting him fitted for a cape, even, maybe. Maybe... Because I'm trying to think of, like, a date activity for them specifically. Guillermo's a big nerd. I feel like Nandor clearly wants to be a fucking, like, doting boyfriend, husband.
Yes.
Like, with the Gale stuff and everything. He wants to shower his person in, like, whatever they want, basically, and, like... It's very telling to me that the glitter portrait he made included him in cosplay as Armand.
Yes.
Ugh, be cute. Yeah, Sean just thought Nandor and Guillermo were dating. I feel like Sean at some point found out that they're not dating yet, and he's like, really? Shit, man, Nandor, you gotta get on that!
What I will and will not get on is not your business.
Hey, alright, big guy! I love Sean so much.
I do too.
He wants to be male wifed. He really does.
He does.
Nandor wants to be a male wife so bad. I feel like I do think I think he likes the idea of being on the council, but I bet sometimes he watched, like, Laszlo help Naja get, like, ready for the council, and was like, that could be me. I could be the useless, pretty husband of someone in power.
Guillermo or Nandor deep down kind of hoping the thing with Guillermo on the throne worked out.
God, yeah. I do think about how quickly he agreed to that. Man, really out here like, okay. Why did they already have a robe in Guillermo's size?
You know.
Guillermo, who's much shorter than Nandor and has a very different figure than Naja.
You know.
The robes that are custom made.
Just cuz. Just cuz.
I need more Nandor noticing little things about Guillermo and doing little things for him. Yes.
Yeah. Same.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
It would be really cute. Is the thing.
It'd be really cute. Because, like, he tries to, but his sense of attention is a little bit wonky, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
He tries, which, something that I've been thinking about recently is, like, Nandor says to other people, I am in love. He says that to the camera, but we haven't actually seen him say, I love you, to one of the targets of his affection at any point. Instead, he fucking talks in old school poetry, and in this weird specific way, I actually kind of know what I'm talking about from how I was raised. There's a non-insignificant amount of ancient Persian poetry in the household for whatever reason.
Oh, cool.
My parents had a wide array of interests. God. Yeah, they are going to be the worst for PDA and pet names. This is a fact.
I'm so excited because I was talking with Frankie about like, okay, you know, like in private, Guillermo would call Nandor honey, like, hey honey, can you help me with something? Hey hon. But you know that it would be like real quick, like, hey babe, let me fix your hair real quick. And Nandor just like, I'm not your little pig in the city, but also.
But also,
But also.
I also think if Guillermo needed something, he'd pull the like, baby.
Hey honey.
God. Have we talked about how Guillermo almost said my Nandor? Oh, we screamed about it a lot to get in private. So.
It was so
God.
cute.
My Nandor. Jesus Christ. My Nandor. Well, he specifically says he gets so far through the word. My master.
Like, hello? Sir? Hello?
So, which I love because to me that means, okay, hear me out. He's been calling him master, my master, so often. I think he's just stuck using the possessive form. And also, I feel like this indicates that he puts more stress on the my than the master.
I think Nander would be very tickled by that.
I think he extremely would be. I had to pause the episode and walk around my house when I got to the scene where Guillermo got Nandor to take his bags. Yeah!
Yes! Gracias!
Yeah!
So cute!
Part of why me and Bugs watch new episodes together, besides the fact that we're both awake and want to yell about these things and it's more fun, I think it helps keeping us from doing that and taking an hour to get through every fucking episode.
Yes.
Because me watching, I have the timestamp down for when the fight starts if y'all need it. It's 17:15 is about when he stalks down the stairs, so I'm probably not done rewatching that scene, I tell you fucking what.
Frankie,
yeah, the fact that Nandor
go.
Listen. Do you know how many fucking times I've seen specifically the scene in Castle of Cagliostro where Zenigata and Lupin are in the stupid sewers together?
Oh god, no, I know.
By the way, I'm to this day I'm pointing at Miyazaki like, you can't be that. You can't be so straight you didn't know. You can't be so straight you didn't know. I refuse. Nobody's that straight, Mr. Loves drawing big beefsteak dudes. Seriously, Miyazaki's got a... I've said this before. Miyazaki has a type, and it's busty, age-appropriate people. So as he's gotten older, it's, I approve. It's a responsible way of liking titties.
Theme of liking responsible titties.
You have to like titties responsibly, you know?
It's true.
That's why Miyazaki's so powerful. The Kiki's Delivery Service Bakery couple. You get what I'm saying. It's literally voice acted by Senigata's voice actor.
Yes, it is.
He only makes little grunt noises and says one thing, but it's still him.
Yep.
Responsibility. See, Laszlo does not practice responsibility.
So sad.
He is irresponsible
man out here
tits,
has
I'm
his
afraid.
Binder unfastened.
God, yeah. What? I was joking. I don't even think I joked about this to you, but I've been thinking about little do we know that there's Pedialyte Oreos and 2 binders in those bags.
Christ. And a note to make sure to stretch it out, Gizmo. You don't want to hurt your ribs.
They're brand new, alright? Guillermo pulling them out well, okay, at least they're print ones. That's nice. This one's got the zipper in the front. I kind of like those.
It says keep calm and carry on with a picture of the
God!
British crown on it. Thanks,
Shut up! That can't be a product that exists. I can't live in the world with British nationalist binders. Oh, I don't wanna. I need it to not exist, but I'm not brave enough to check.
Adrian, you are our strongest warrior. Can I ask this of you?
Can't. I think it's legally against the fucking mod union to ask. Oh no, I see that smile emote.
God saves his stupidest tasks for his strongest moderators. I'm looking at this, and I got a tag once on, like, one of my, fan arts for What We Do in the Shadows, where someone was like, wow, your Nandor looks so much like Jesus, and now every time I draw Nandor...
It's a long-haired, bearded Middle Eastern man. What do you fucking want from us?
I have to do the check where I look over it and I'm like, does this look too much like Jesus?
Throw a blue sash on this man. What do you see?
Shush. That's what I see. Shush.
I don't... He's got such a specific... The problem is that if he's in front fucking facing, you can't see his hilarious profile. I would trust Nandor with my drink at a party. Okay, I see why. Sorry, I was raised so far outside of Christianity it took me a second. True fact, my friends have heard me freak out over some interesting things that I just never ran into.
Oh yeah, I think one time I heard you get a little weirded out by the, take this unto you, for this is my bounty, this is the blood of Christ our Savior, yada yada yada.
Ah!
What? Take this unto you and eat it, it is my body. Yummy.
I don't like the phrasing. I don't know.
It's weird. It is weird. You missed, we actually had something funny happen in Catholicism where we had to change something because of Star Wars.
Oh, yeah, the fucking, I know about that one. You had to change your fucking secret handshake.
Yeah, may Christ be with you and also with you. May the Force be with you, and now it's like, may the Spirit be blessed, or whatever.
I think that's rude. You should try and weather that storm.
Well, the problem is that every time I go on Star Tours at Disney, they say, and may the Force be with you, and, like, me and, like, the other Catholics on the thing immediately go back with, and also with you. And every single fucking time.
Damn, one more thing that Disney's really fucked up.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Honestly, the only call and response that I know is that for some reason I'm infinitely charmed by the he has risen indeed thing. So it's like, for some reason on Easter I pester my, like, one Christian friend Z with it, because it's just, I don't know, it's my, like, one charming call and response for my, like, faithful friends.
You know, I've never run into that one, actually.
It's charming, it's literally just, he has risen indeed! I like that, it's got a like a shonen superhero feeling to it, you know? It's cute, it's nice.
Yeah. Presbyterians never changed it. Huh. Now, it's now and with your spirit, that's right.
Ugh. I don't want this Catholic knowledge, I only want the aesthetics. I kind of feel like, listen, the aesthetics are good, though. Listen. I'm just saying, if Guillermo had never found out that vampires are weird, he'd be out here with, like, kind of horny priest OCs. I'm just saying. Which, by the way, to those of you who have those, I salute your service!
The scene where Guillermo's holding up the cross? Listen.
Please know, by the way, that I do salute IRL when I do that.
Oh god.
Is Jesus a shonen hero? You have to look within yourself and decide, do you have faith in Ultraman?
I'm taking a moment to Google Louvre at night interior.
Oh, that'd be... Yeah, I do like the nighttime museum trip idea.
You know what? I'm gonna be kind of a lazy shit about the background, I'm sorry.
Photobash!
We're
Photobash that bitch! Yay! This is responsible art making! Well, of course it's Yokai Watch.
Let's see. Tools. Usage rates.
Where did I put my wobbler? Where are you? No, I wanted to join in. Rice cake. Here it is.
Creative Commons.
It's fun. I'm convinced it's what they use in Yokai Watch songs. I'm convinced.
Oh, it is, absolutely.
Jesus' story is not technically an isekai unless you follow under the rules that the same idea still holds if it's someone from a fantastical world that then winds up in the normal world. And by the concepts of Christianity, heaven does not count as a specifically different world. I read isekai. Don't get into this argument with me. You know what isn't isekai? The Wizard of Oz. Anyways. I swear to God, it's the new What's a Sandwich.
Hmm.
What's my wobble tech? It's a Flexitone. Bug's got it for me.
Yep. That's a channel expense, baby.
That's my favorite noise to make with it.
It is good.
I can just make it make a Raygoin noise. Side note, I know too much about the Wizard of Oz.
What?
What's too much about the Wizard of Oz? Knowing that it's a nightmare.
True.
And also knowing that TikTok, the Mechanical Man of Oz, aka the Oz's only single standing army, a robotic being who has 3 different wind-up mechanisms that power different forms of his consciousness, otherwise known as his speech, his motion, and his thoughts, was invented by a man who eventually invented a ladder that took him all the way up to the moon, but then the ladder fell over, so he's canonically trapped on the moon forever, I guess? Anyways.
Smile.
Don't worry about these things. I wish I had a jaw harp. Good night, crab with a knife. Ooh, now we got them tunes on.
Oh yeah, baby.
Ooh. The Queen of Oz is trans? Yep. Within the text, Ozma of Oz is kind of just literally trans because she was forcibly raised as a boy with a boy name, and has one of my favorite lines ever about that's. It wasn't intended to be trans, but there's this great line after it where, after she steps out of the process that turns her correctly into Ozma, she says something along the lines of, "Oh, my friends, please don't be scared. It's still me, just. And Jack Pumpkinhead says, "It's still you, just you're different." And everyone agreed it was the smartest thing that Jack Pumpkinhead had ever said.
Oh.
It's lovely. I do remember as a kid being like, for some reason I wish she'd stayed as Tip, and I'm very envious of her having been turned into Tip. Oh well. I'll figure that out later. Hey, see you later, Director Blu-ray. Have fun at the party.
Ooh, have fun. Good night.
God. Side note, I'd also love the idea of I legitimately feel like if Nandor ever sees any like jewelry that he recognizes from his empire, like in a museum, he's just gonna take it back.
Yeah. Good for him.
What the fuck is this doing in England? Guillermo just like, well, a lot of stuff kind of wound up in England. Turns into mist and runs. Listen. They can't catch you if you're a vampire.
It's true.
Also, I think it'd be cute if that's how he got Guillermo an engagement ring.
God. You know?
You know? Exactly. Plus, like, I mentioned it earlier, but I really am soft about the idea of him, like, wanting to show Guillermo more of the world before he gets turned. Both in a, like, this way you can see all of these places, like, in the sun, even without me. You can help me travel. We can travel together, and, like, you can feel some of the limitations I have, because you're gonna be, like, having to take care of me through this. But also, like, if there's any part of Guillermo that might not want this, maybe going through Europe would be how he finds out. And it's kind of one last way of saying, like, you've lived the last 10 years of your life, like, locked away in this little house, separating yourself from humanity. And that's great. But if there's any point in this trip where, like, you decide you don't really want it, this is a good way to find out, because you'd know the world, you'd have seen more of it. And that's part of why I think he got on the train. Because there's always still a little part of him that thinks maybe Guillermo will decide not to.
Yeah.
Almost like he got turned down by someone for like 40 straight years. Gale really did fuck up a perfectly nice male wife, huh?
It's true. I think Guillermo should get to, I don't know, state Gale just a little bit about it.
I think he should get to fight Gale if she ever comes back, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he gets one freebie.
I think so too.
God, Guillermo out here, like, trying to figure out how to make a silver steak. Like, okay, if I, like, coat one edge of this with silver and the other edge is wood, then... Side note, dream romantic future thing. I think it would be very romantic if Nandor wound up using one of the tools of a vampire hunter to kill someone.
Yes, big agree.
I want there to be some scene where like a vampire, someone is threatening Guillermo, and because we've gotten Guillermo fighting to protect Nandor. We've gotten Nandor and Guillermo fighting, which I did want. I wanted to see that very badly.
Yeah.
I'm very happy now. Thank you. And I really, really want, I want Nandor fighting for Guillermo.
We are
Oh,
2
I
for
want
2
that.
on Guillermo slaughtering and fighting giant armies for Nandor.
Mm-hmm,
It would be
mm-hmm,
nice if the
mm-hmm.
man could do it back. Thanks. Relationships are all about balance. So
Also, like, it's such a good, like, romantic concept, like, right
yes.
there.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay, also, it's 12:09. Normally we take a break here, but when we started the stream, we realized we were both kind of a little tired and might close up early. How we feeling, Bugs?
I'm feeling pretty good. How are you feeling?
I'm flagging a little bit. Maybe
Let's-
plan on, like, 12:30 wrap up?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, hope y'all don't mind, but if it goes too long and I get too tired, it's gonna be silent drawing hour while I mumble something about vampires or get really deep into the weeds on where I think Nandor's original fucking historical path was. I still think it's so interesting that the specific role he like names is it's a viceroy position. That means there was a distinct king of the area he ruled who he took care of for it. Get your rest, y'all? Ah, y'all are very kind.
Thank you very much.
Maybe we'll still take our break after you finish this piece then. See how we
Yeah.
feel.
Yeah, I think so.
This song's familiar. What are we going? Oh, I see. Wander song.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're in the dark hours of the night. I have to bring up the fact that I think it's very, 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 very funny that this series takes place in a totally unaltered concept of the modern day world, and we know stuff like the fact that Guillermo plays fucking Fortnite. Because that means that I can say shit like, do you think Guillermo has seen Kill la Kill? And we all have to grapple with the answer. I think yes, because he heard that there was a gay kiss.
I think yes because he's a normie.
He's not a
He
normie.
watches the Gilmore Girls and RuPaul's Drag Race. He's a normie. He watches Twilight. He's a normie.
No, he only watched Twilight because Nandor was into it, and he missed Nandor the episode he was watching that. Strike that from the record. That was him being gay.
He played Fortnite.
That is still nerd shit. Now, normie is just a subdivision of nerd at this point. Also, corollary, he's not a normie because he doesn't get laid.
Okay.
That's literally part of the definition!
Is it? I've
Well,
never
in
heard
the
that
Japanese
definition.
phrase, the Japanese phraseology involves it being people who date. I'm a weeb, okay?
Thank you, Spooky Circuits.
Okay. How about this? Would, if he had this face, Guillermo on a Funko Pop?
Would Guillermo have a Funko Pop? Yes. Especially if it was for an interview for the with the vampire.
Alright, hold on a sec.
He would.
Google
He would.
interview with a vampire Funko Pop. Time to fuck over my Google results. Ah!
I'm right.
No! Wait, hold on. These are customized.
He would have an Etsy customized Armand Funko Pop figure.
Yeah, but there ain't no Armand on here. It's all the white boys. Wait, hold on. I might be wrong. It's so hard to tell with Funko Pops. Oh, there it is. Found one.
Hooray!
Nerd, though. Also, I want to hear more about your definition that someone who's watched Kill la Kill is a normie.
Not the Japanese definition. I didn't even know there was a Japanese definition.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm off that subject now. I apologize for bringing it to a weird semi-joke zone.
No. You know, it's like Naruto and Dragon Ball, but like if they're kind of edgy, they watch Kill la Kill.
Mainstream. I'm sorry. Are you telling me that a word has been developed that just means someone whose nerd tastes are too mainstream?
Yes.
Nerds are fucking cannibals. Only nerds care this much about the. Oh, I bet you didn't even like Invader Zim in middle school.
You're right, Frankie. I'm the only nerd on this What We Do in the Shadows 4-hour-long stream.
Bugs. Come on, that's not fair. That's extremely not fair.
Okay.
I am a nerd making fun of nerds for having too many self-definitions. Come on now. Nerds are just uncool hipsters. Hipsters ceased to mean anything like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
No, nerds are nerds. Nerds are extremely nerds. That's gotta be the hole in the end of it, or else this... Yes, he's seen Kill la Kill because he's a normie.
Yeah!
I think he's seen it because he's gay! This is why we're ending the stream early tonight. We're both tired, and you can kind of tell.
No!
Bugs is officially down to just making fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you!
Oh, I'm the only nerd on this stream.
That's a friendly
Bugs
jab.
is baiting me into sandwich debates.
Why did I change that to a smile? He's telling the man about slaughtering someone.
Because it's Guillermo.
Oh yeah, that's true. Hang on.
It's Guillermo post-season 3. It's Guillermo and FMA 03. I'm not... banning the word normie in chat immediately. Blocked terms. Normie.
03. He also likes Inuyasha.
Well, we all liked Inuyasha. What definition
Exactly.
is that, Bugs? And? Do I need to start listing my interests, Bugs?
No.
Do I need to start to get into it? Okay.
What I'm saying is, Crepes, what I'm saying is, he looks at the big dog boyfriend and he's like, Nandor can turn into a dog too.
I do appreciate knowing that Nandor turns into a dog sometimes. Just
Yeah.
the pet fucking episode, the fucking animal control episode is extremely cute.
It's very good. I turned into a dog to come get you, and how are you going to get out now?
God. Also, Nandor's skills with hypnotism are all over the place, which mostly cracks me up.
Yeah, it's very cute. I was a little worried there's going to be some kind of reveal that's like, no, I hypnotized you to be able to, because, you know, fucking whatever, but I'm glad now. I'm glad.
No, yeah, Guillermo's just resistant. Yeah, it's not some kind of like, oh, he just thinks he's resistant to hypnotism because, like, Nandor's bad at it. It's like, no. The Atlantic City episode that Nandor's perfectly good at hypnotism. Which is cute because that's when he does it for, like, literally at Guillermo's, like, fucking orders.
It is cute.
It is.
Let's round this up a bit. I do this thing at museums that Guillermo's doing in this picture where he has his hands behind his back, because in my head, as soon as my hands are in front of me, I'm going to start touching and breaking every priceless object in the museum. So.
Yeah, I kind of feel that. Oh, the urge to touch. Oh, the urge to poke.
Yeah. There's a exhibit at the LACMA near me. It's basically a giant Hot Wheels set. It's Metropolis 3. It's one of my favorite pieces of art on the planet. When you get near it, it sounds almost like being near a jet engine, because there's hundreds and thousands of cars. Well, there's hundreds of cars racing in this whirling whole city with like trains going through it. Yeah, oh, I love it so much.
That sounds amazing.
And part of me is always like, touch it. I have to do the hand behind the back thing. Like,
I kind of know what you mean.
Good.
I feel that way about textiles in museums.
Yes, exactly.
Which is the worst, because textiles are one of the things that are the most destroyed by skin oil.
Oh god,
which,
yeah.
luckily, they're almost always, like, behind glass, so, like, how much damage am I gonna do? I'm gonna just smudge up the glass, but... Someday, I really want to hit, like, fashion museums someday.
Oh my god, yes. I got to, go to, the Natural History Museum in New York when they were doing an exhibit showing off some of their fashion. I got rushed through because I was with a friend, but oh man. Oh, they had like a catalog and everything, and oh, it was so cool.
It's the best.
I want to do that.
I'm also
just do studies all day.
Ooh, yeah. No, whenever it comes like museums and stuff, I always want to like take my time, because honestly, I was raised by like artistic weirdos' parents who always kind of like took their time taking me through museums, or like if there was a specific exhibit, then we just go to that exhibit that they wanted to like make sure I saw. There's none of that like, okay, we got to see everything. So
yeah.
I think, you know what? I think one of my favorite like museum things that was very tactile is, I forget the artist, but they do these gorgeous giant like rusty metal wall shape mazes, kind of.
Yes, I know that. They have one at the LACMA.
They had one for a while in the San Francisco MoMA, and I will admit, part of why I spent so much time with it is because it was in the free part of the MoMA that I didn't have to pay money to get into. Which, great, thanks. Love being assigned something where you have to pay money to go to a museum. Thanks, Art College. But gosh, I have kind of a weakness for, like, enormous forms and art like that. It's fun to try and, like, take in something.
Especially when it's something so much larger than you.
Which, like, for so many of, like, the paintings that are like, oh, big blocks of color, I could... No. These are 8-foot-tall paintings, people.
And then
you gotta
get
see
up
these
close
motherfuckers.
And you can see the individual brushstrokes, and you're like, holy shit.
The shifts of color, oh my god.
Have you...
I'm kinda... Go ahead.
Have you ever seen the sculptures made out of sugar by this one artist? I forget what her name is, but I'll have to show you later. It's fucking cool.
I don't know, that's not really ringing a bell.
It's like a 2-scale recreation of a sphinx out of sugar.
Virtual Pet says, do you guys like the Tower of the Sun?
Yes! I love the Tower of the Sun!
I like the Tower of the Sun, but I think if I ever got to see it in person, I would be very, like, frightened, I think. But I also think that would be cool.
It's my favorite. It's the final boss of Jet Set Radio Future. Of course, I love it.
God. Also, Vegeta says, I'm kind of hoping, but problems won't happen, but Guillermo getting more outfits. Oh, he has to.
You know
None of his luggage went with him. None of his luggage went with him, Vegeta. None of his luggage went with him.
You know who he's in the care of? Nadja.
Who, if he actually sticks with her, because he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he's going to be the bodyguard / accessories for. And I'm just saying. I at least want some, like, dramatic, quasi-in-mourning ass looks.
Oh.
like the symbolically in mourning / matching the vampire style of dress kind of style. Ooh.
Ooh. Let Harvey Gillian dress himself for a while. My God, that
Well,
man.
that's probably not happening, but I'd like them to. I'd like them to.
Oh.
He's going to go full Interview with the Vampire outfits when he's turned. I think he's just going to go off the chain.
Yes, agree.
This man's already been laying away money for a good cape.
As if Nandor will not commission him one.
Well, yeah, of course, but Guillermo doesn't assume.
Fucking hang on.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 It's a matching set. He got a matching set of the... He's gonna get them capes if that fucking, like, if lost, return to, fucking... Eyes his, he's eyes.
The fucking Disney one, but he doesn't even know what the Mickey and Minnie's things are. He's just like, yes, very pleasing mouse heads.
This is why on the quiz, Nandor is typing like a boomer. He wears it as his pajama cloak.
Oh.
He would. It's a terrible cape, but it's really cozy. Guillermo's just gonna get a cape made that's just, like, literally lined like a weighted blanket.
Good for him.
Just finally he could feel comfortable. Oh god.
What's that?
We'd be in so much trouble if Nandor figured out how to get photos printed onto blankets and shit on demand. Yeah.
Yes. Pictures of Jahan on a blanket.
They start wearing matching outfits like Naja and Laszlo. Yes, sincerely, honestly.
Oh, that would be so
they are
cute.
going to color coordinate. Like, the red and gold and black combo looks, I'm just saying.
That would be so cute.
Because, like, okay, it's so hard to get a bead on, like, what colors does Guillermo like, because he wears so few colors, but I think red. I think he's big into red as, like, the drama.
Yeah, I think also blue. He has a lot of blue things.
That's true, which is cute, because that's the, like, old school vein kind of way of doing it. Red and blue. Ugh. Okay, but consider him wearing, like, blue and gold to go with some of Nandor's, like, brown and gold looks.
Cute. Oh, that'd be cute. I like that.
Right? God, do you think Nandor would be like, Naja and Laszlo are always matching? Can we try that, Guillermo?
Please, Guillermo. Please.
God, Guillermo just like, well, if you, it's, yeah, of course we're gonna do that. I don't even think he'd probably actually be like, well, I guess so, while internally like, yes.
Guillermo has a little bit of a dossier on what outfits match. It's fine, don't worry.
He's got a scrapbook he's been putting together of, like, possible look sketches. God. God. Okay, so I've got my idea going that Nandor's like kind of got an abandoned hobby of painting. Consider my man's out here doing the like clothing design watercolors,
Oh, that'd be cute.
right? You know, there's like a particular style that people who work with clothes tend to do, where it's like the figure sketch, like the watercolor for the colors on it. I'm very fond. I want Guillermo to take Nandor to a nail salon and get these men a couple's pedicure. Side note, I'm pretty sure Nandor has claws sometimes.
Good. I think it's good.
I think he's allowed to do this. Just every now and then it's like, the damage things takes around you is interesting. It's interesting.
Just a little nudge. That way I can't be sued. Smile.
That's how the manga artists do it.
Yeah, that's how copyright works. Alright, let's see. One sec. Thank you again, Overnight Mask. This was very sweet of you to donate for.
Thank you so much.
That is the blur tool I'm trying to bright with.
These things happen. Those two wearing matching nail polish should be lethal. That'd be cute. I do think at heart Guillermo is like a black nail polish man.
That would be cute.
I want him to experiment with like slightly femme touches on his clothing, honestly.
I'm glad you like it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Alright. It's about 12:30. Do we want to wrap up or take a break?
Let's wrap up, I think.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you all so much for coming for the probably last What We Do in the Shadows doodle and draw. Like, who knows? We might have like enough thoughts for another one of these, but there's no new content, so very probably see y'all next season. We're gonna continue to be obsessed with this show for, I want to say, another month or two, though.
Listen, who knows, you know?
Listen.
Alright.
But, at the very least, thank y'all for letting us fucking blow off steam about the finale, because that was a great fucking time, and thank y'all so much for the fucking donation support today. It's
Jesus,
always really fun to do these, and thank you extremely random 00 Factor, and also thank you to everyone who donated for individual doodles. I always love seeing those come in.
Let's look at some fan art.
Yeah.
Let's see, we got this from Bubbly. Colin Robinson babies are born. Colin Robinson babies are born. Why is Colin Robinson a baby? Baby's Colin Robinson. What's wrong with you?
God. God.
Fucking fishing thing.
God. Yeah, that's about what happened.
Bubbly.
Thank you, Bubbly. Oh, more from Bubbly.
PFP, because I think it would be funny if you did the stereotypical fish guy taking the photo, of course.
You're extremely right. In another life, he would have been a fish pick guy.
I'm scrolling up. Adrian, what is this?
Don't worry. I haven't seen anything yet.
Self-defense tutorial? Adrian? Adrian?
Scroll down a bit. There's context.
Yes. Adrian. Thank you, Adrian. This is beautiful.
You're right. You're right is the thing. Thank you, Adrian. Good lord.
Thank you very fucking much, Adrian.
Fucking beautiful.
Golly.
Alright, y'all. Do we know where we're sending people? If any of y'all have suggestions for where to send you to, if anyone's...
I know where I'm sending people. Dial Jess is doing a Halloween concert.
Oh, fuck yes. Alright, we're sending you over to Dial Jess, who does, DJing and is doing a Halloween concert. I don't think there's usually anything inappropriate on our streams or nothing.
It's
I
a
don't
bit
think.
horny. Have fun.
It's a bit horny. Have fun, but it's been a horny night. So thank you all so much for coming. Again, thank you all so fucking much for your support. Thank you for the donations, especially for the Doodle donations, since being able to do those is very exciting for us. It means that eventually Bugs might not have to rely quite so much on commission work, and we'll have a lot more time for doing personal work and picking up projects of their own or our own, or doing weird stuff like that, or just being able to afford medical insurance without having to hassle so much with commission shit.
Hooray!
And thank you all so much for all of the subs, which support us a great deal through the month. This is literally our main job, so we extremely appreciate any support y'all can give, although of course it's not required. Thank you so much for gift subs. Thank you also for, if you were just following us here tonight, we love having new followers. Thank you for coming, watching the show, talking in chat, taking clips, being in the Discord, generally just being here and giving us your time, and hello VOD watchers. And, as always, we will see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Whew. Vampires.
Vampires, man. I think we should do more of these.